Good afternoon, California. Welcome to the meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. My name is Sarah Sadwani. I'll be serving as your rotating chair for today's session, along with my colleague Pedro Toledo, who will serve as vice chair. We are excited to welcome you all here. I know many of my colleagues are together in Sacramento. I am so sad that I can't be with you today as we begin this journey of line drawing. For the members of the public, I know we've received a lot of feedback. Keep it coming. Before we say more about that, I will hand it over to Ravi to do roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sinai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons? And Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ravi. So before we begin today, I'll just say a few words about process. As we have discussed at length in our business meetings leading up to today, we are taking an innovative approach to redistricting. This is an iterative approach in which we have had a long journey of community education over the course of many months. We have received numerous pieces of input from the community throughout the collection of communities of interest input throughout the summer months. We used that in mid-September to ask our line drawing team to prepare a number of visualizations based on that testimony to begin to assess what's possible for California redistricting. Posted on our website today, you'll see those visualizations. We are attempting to get those visualizations posted at least 24 hours in advance of these meetings. And so we certainly encourage the public to take a look at those visualizations and chime in. We are not going to take public comment first thing today because our focus here is discussing those visualizations. But we encourage the public to email us at the Voters First Act at crc.ca.gov. Our communications team is monitoring that email and will be posting comments from the public throughout the course of the day. So we encourage input in that fashion. And certainly on Wednesday afternoon, we have reserved an ample amount of time for folks to call in and provide feedback as well. With that, are there any questions from commissioners about how today will be run or any comments before we get started? Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. I was just curious, if we wait till the very end to get all the public comments, I guess let me take a step back. How are we going? So staff is getting them and organizing them. What is the expectation of us to be reading them and processing them through this whole process? Will we get some time to talk about the ones that have been submitted and then open up the phone? Just to be able to kind of think through just a large number of maps. Just LA alone was just over 50 maps. So just kind of thinking this all through.
I apologize. I think my internet just froze right when you started talking, Commissioner Sinai. Your question, of course, your question was about the emails coming in?
I'm trying to think through the process. In my mind, it works better to do the LA maps, then hear the public comments, finish that, and then go on to the next one. I understand why we're not doing it that way. But so I think there's also a form that was created by staff so that people could submit their visualizations in one set format. But how will we be listening to people call in first, or will we be reading and discussing the input that we've gotten via email and then listening to the additional public input? So emails first and then public input, or how we?
Yeah, I think I think the expectation is that as emails are coming in, if folks are sending emails now, that we'll be reading them right along the way. When we get to the public comment on Wednesday, my hope is that that's going to inform us for next week. So we are having this conversation in preparation for our next iteration next week. So what we didn't want to do is have a long discussion about LA County, for example, and then get a lot of feedback and want to go back to LA County and make all of those changes today. We will do that next week. And so definitely hold on to what you're hearing. I know I'll be taking a lot of notes. Staff is taking notes. We'll have recordings of these meetings as well if we need to go back to any of that public commentary. But that's the process that we've envisioned moving forward. And I hope that works out well. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, just. I forgot, wrong button. Just a quick question. I just noticed that the handouts have been updated to also include the visualizations for, it looks like mid and southern coastline, as well as northern inland California. Is the intent to go through these as well too? Because I didn't see this last night. It just took quite a bit of time just to go through LA County yesterday. So.
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, if you also notice, posted is a meeting schedule for these 3 days. And so in that schedule, we have specifically identified by 90-minute blocks when we'll be discussing each one of these. So you have some time, not a whole lot, but I know that we'll all be frantically reviewing everything later this evening and tomorrow morning. And that's partially why we're not starting until 11 tomorrow. Hopefully to give everyone some time to review and digest all of that new information that's coming in. So definitely keep an eye out for the meeting schedules. We'll be trying to post those each week so that we as the commission know what we're trying to accomplish and can stay on task. But also, of course, for the public. I think coming soon, I think the communications team is going to work on posting very shortly within the next half an hour or so. Also a sheet that includes the population totals and our target population. That's going to be a big part of our discussion today. Apologies for the lateness. We have covered it before. Karen McDonald from the line drawing team a week ago had given us these same numbers, but we thought it might be helpful to have them handy for folks as we're having this conversation. And with that, I am going to hand it over to Karen McDonald and Jamie Clark from our line drawing team. I see also we have our legal team here as well, if they wanted to jump in at all also. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sadwani. Hello, everybody. It's nice to be in the same room with all of you. We are going to start by showing you the visualizations that we created based on the directions that you provided. And per your direction, also public input was utilized, even if it was not specifically mentioned by you. We also worked extensively with VRA Council and the RPV analyst. And I believe that Mr. Becker is on, and he will be working with Jamie to provide some feedback on some of the visualizations that you're going to see first. Because the VRA, of course, compliance with the VRA is your second criterion, we thought it might be a good idea to start with the visualizations that are in the area where that might be applying most. And I'm going to hand it over to Jamie right now to start walking you through that. And I hope Mr. Becker is on. I can't actually see. Yes, he is.
I am, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And here's Jamie. I think there's a question first. Okay.
Thank you. Are you looking at me, Jamie?
Yeah.
Sorry to ask a question at the, sorry to ask a question at the very beginning again, but as we are looking at these visualizations, what is the type of thought process we should be having and feedback we should be giving to all of you? And also, how is this not for naught, or however the English saying goes? I know Commissioner Furnishari is laughing because I mess them up each time. But how, English is my second language. I get to say it first, Alicia, today. How is it that we're doing all this without doing VRA first? And I'm just really struggling on what I'm supposed to be doing right now, and I want to be a good commissioner today.
Would you like me to answer that question? Okay, I will try to do a good job answering that question. So, as you know, time's pretty short. And as you also know, our RPV analyst, Dr. Gall, has been working around the clock on analyzing the data. So what we have been doing is, based on your direction, we have actually been in touch with Dr. Gall daily, sometimes multiple times per day. And as she was able to develop more insight into some of these areas, we communicated with Mr. Becker and then received preliminary guidance from Dr. Becker and basically with help of Dr. Gall's analysis. You will see that analysis reflected in some of the visualizations that we're going to show you today. And I apologize that it seems like it's not going in a linear way and, you know, the way that we would love to have it done. Obviously, we would have loved to have had more time, you know, been able to start earlier, but this is the best we can do right now to be able to hit our deadline with the draft map. So we'll walk you through what we learned. Dr. Gall has communicated with Mr. Becker, and Mr. Becker is going to walk you through some of this right now. And in terms of what the best thing might be to do right now, I would say keep reading the public input because there's quite a bit of it, so that as you're getting more public input, because I'm guessing you're going to get a whole bunch just based on these visualizations that we're providing, you can give us additional direction based on that, because we need to just keep on moving forward.
So today we just listen, we don't say anything?
Oh, we're hoping you'll say a lot, actually, once you've seen these, because you may see some visualizations where you'll just look at them and you'll go, well, this just makes no sense in this particular context right now. As you're getting more information, you will probably look at some of these and say, this really makes more sense now than I thought it would make when we first started talking about it. So I would say just sit back, let us walk you through this, and then I'm hoping you will have a lot of input. So thank you.
Me? Never.
Great, I'm not gonna unmute ever again.
Actually, Sarah, can I?
Sure. Commissioner Anderson,
Yeah.
did you want to jump in?
I do want to say a few things on this, guys. Sorry, commissioners. Basically, you know, there is the issue, if we don't have our VRA districts, how do we start? We have to tell people how we want our districts drawn. You know, how we'd want a district drawn, and then our lawyers say, you can't quite do it that way. We're modifying a little bit over here. These are areas we need to look at. And our visualizations are the first cut at what do we want to see together. Remember, we're trying to combine all of our criterion and to draw the best districts we can. And so, yes, you know, we don't just arbitrarily draw, you know, each district, you know, okay, where's 494,443 people? Boom, there's one. We go, okay, well, let's try and incorporate those areas or these areas or those areas. And then we look at, well, VRA, you can't do that. You could do that. And so that's kind of the whole idea. We're going to be looking at a lot of visualizations today. And if they're not the ones we thought, or we don't like them, we're supposed to speak up, and speak up now. So I just kind of want to bring that forward. And then as we say, well, I'd really like to see this and this and this, if we're getting in trouble with the VRA, then I'm hoping our lawyers will be saying, you know, you just can't quite do that. You know, and then we'll go, okay, well, that's an area, well, we'd like to do these couple of things, how can we do that? And they'll come back to us next week. So now is the time to say everything you want. And I noticed on a couple of things, I'm like, there's a visualization there I didn't see. So I'll be addressing that. And if anyone else also notices such things, please speak up.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for that. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I guess I was visualizing it different than it actually is going to be. So if there has been community input that says, I don't want to be next to this area or that area, that's up to us as commissioners to remember that information. Is that what I'm, okay. Yeah, because that's very different than when initially they walked us through and we went through some of the communities of interest that had been submitted through the COI tool, the community of interest tool, where they actually told us, they want these communities, and then you saw a bigger version of another community of interest that included that plus some more, and then there were some that included parts of it but didn't want to be included with other surrounding areas. So at the end of the day, us as commissioners have to remember all of that information. I see Jamie and Karen, so thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. We will, be able to remind and say, for example, like, oh yeah, and if you look at this COI, and please remember they didn't want to be with this other area, et cetera. And ultimately, those decisions are completely up to you. And we will do our best to remind along the way.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Will we be taking any action today? Are there any actions that we are intending to take today? Other than to give feedback to the line drawers?
Well, feedback towards our next set of visualizations for next week. But no motions are required for today, and therefore non-agendized.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Commissioner Sinai.
This is where we were speaking earlier, kind of building on what Commissioner Fernandez said about we're going to be receiving a lot of input from here on, ongoing. And this is where Commissioner Yee had said, do we want to still continue using kind of the leads for those regions? So if you're running out of time, at least read the ones from your regions really, really well. So we know that at least 2 people from that region have read it really, really well, is what I encourage you to do. I'm not giving you an order. We're not voting, but I just want to encourage us all to continue to really play that role so things don't fall through the cracks. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a really great suggestion. Thank you for that, Commissioner Sinai, and perhaps that had been my assumption, but really helpful to restate that we do have zone leads, and as we move through this process, we're moving away from the zones in particular as we think about the map in a more holistic sense. But continuing at a minimum to be the leading expert on the community of interest testimony that's come in would be helpful. Though, of course, the hope is that we're reading all of the submissions coming in. And that we're all responsible for all of the areas of the state of California. Commissioner Toledo, did you have an additional comment or question?
I don't. Sorry. I didn't lower my hand.
No, thank you. And I do appreciate, I will do my best to keep an eye on everyone's comments and questions. So if we can continue to use the raise your hand feature, that's really helpful for me, especially since I'm not in the room and I'm not going to necessarily see everyone live. And with that, I see Commissioner Anderson has one last comment. We'll do that, and then I'm going to turn it over to.
I do. Thank you, Chair. I just want everyone, and including the public, to notice that we do have posted on our website the document. It's called Population Totals for Redistricting in California. I would really recommend everyone have that handy, because it actually has numbers for how many make an assembly district, how many make a congressional district, how many in the Senate, and of course the BOE. And just when we're looking at the visualizations, these have numbers on them, so you can kind of see, oh, that's too big for an assembly. Oh, it's about a congressional district. So I recommend that everyone have a look at those, and if you don't want to jump back and forth on your computer, write them down. that sort of thing. I just thought I'd give everyone a quick notice on that.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have an additional comment?
I know. I think you're going to have to start finding me for this. Just a quick question, and I can't remember if this was asked. Are we going to go in order of specific districts? So, for example, are we going to do congressional first, Assembly, Senate, Board of Equalization, or whatever order we had agreed upon? Or are we going to be all over the place? Because I noticed that some of the maps are of varying size, and there seem to be some notations that it may be like Assembly District or something like that. And I wish I had these numbers last night because it would have helped.
Sure. So for today, the only visualizations that I have for you that are supposed to be a similar size to a potential district type are the districts that were created in collaboration with the VRA team. And the rest of them were more exploratory in terms of, let's see this whole area together and find out how many people there are here. For other line draw, so the order that I'd like to go in today that Karin mentioned is first looking at those visualizations that were created in collaboration with the VRA team, and then move on and sort of look region by region or sort of at general areas in Los Angeles County, and then you all can discuss what you like, what you would want to see for next time, et cetera. And then for the other line drawers, I believe that they created visualizations if there was specific direction, like we want to see a couple congressional districts next to each other here. Then they shot for, about congressional district sized populations. And if you wish, then they can show those together and show any congressional district or a specific district type at the same time.
If I could add to that, basically the idea is when you see some of these visualizations, you may like them, you may look at the total population, and you may realize that this can't fit in an assembly district. So then, you make a note and you say, okay, well, maybe we can put that into a Senate plan or maybe into a congressional plan, depending on what it is. So I would just take notes on all of that. At this point, we're not at that stage yet, where we're going to districts by plan. I call it by plan, like the Assembly plan, the Senate plan, the congressional plan. We're slowly moving that way.
Thank you. That's helpful because I know as I was looking at each of the maps last night, I think my frame was primarily congressional. And then as I started looking at the numbers, it's like, okay, could this be an Assembly? Could this be a Senate? And it helps this context helps because then I won't be like, we need to add more people. This is too small, so let's add these. So, okay, thank you. It helps.
Okay, great. And with that, Karin, Jamie, I'm going to turn it over to you and your team.
Great, thank you so much. So again, I'm going to start with the set of visualizations that are approximately potential assembly district sized. These were created, again, in collaboration with Dr. Gall and VRA attorneys. And I'll go through them. They're all together, so they could all potentially exist together. There's no overlap between any of these visualizations. And they're all sort of in this general area where I'm waving the hand in Los Angeles County. And they were also created, of course, with total percent deviation in mind. So they're all within plus or minus 5% deviation. They all are drawn with your preliminary line drawing direction in mind that we heard last week. They are drawn to keep cities and census designated places together to the extent practicable, and also drawn with COI input or other public input in mind that we've received so far. So with that, I am going to zoom in to sort of northeastern city of Los Angeles. And show this first one, which is called AD, so Assembly District sized, Northeast LA. And then for this week, all of the visualizations that we show are going to have underscore 1004, which is basically just indicating this is the set of visualizations that are presented this week. And then the total population is listed below. So this area is about 490,000 people. And it includes the city of East LA. It includes Boyle Heights, the El Sereno area, up to Eagle Rock, Echo Park, and parts of Silver Lake. And it does not include sort of this like downtown area. This was Akoi here. And I'm just going to move on and present.
Jamie, can I ask one more quick question? How do we know, you said take good notes, but there is no number or anything on these. So how do we take good notes?
They have
So
names?
it could, yeah, by the name of the district, which is, or the name, excuse me, of the visualization, which is listed here up top. So AD Northeast LA 1004.
Darn, all my notes earlier were all using the number of, that was on the map, on the page number.
Oh, page number.
Okay.
Jamie, what was the population of that one?
This
again?
is 491,391.
Thank you.
And I'll go through all of these together, and then Mr. Becker can present further on them. So the next visualization I have for you here is called AD Central and DTLA, downtown LA, underscore, missing an underscore here, 1004. And the total population of this visualization is 510,166. This includes Mid-City, West Adams, historic South Central, downtown LA, parts of Koreatown, etc.
Sorry, Jamie, can you tell us what plus or minus that is? Plus in this
One
case.
moment, please.
This one, this district that you're looking at right now? It is slightly over the ideal number.
I understand that. Is it? 3%. Okay, yeah, because usually, like on the map, it'll tell you what percent. Okay.
So this is
Plus 3.3.
3.26% over deviation.
Thank you. And what was the other one what was that under? First one.
One moment, please.
Thank you. If you give us that on these as we go, thank you.
I believe that was minus 0.54% on the AD Northeast LA.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm going to move on to the next visualization, which is AD South LA. The total population here is 505,801. It includes, it includes the neighborhood council area of Watts. It includes Florence Firestone, Walnut Park, and these areas here in central Los Angeles. Includes also Westmont.
Could you give the population again? Sorry, I actually printed them out, so I'm trying to find them while you're talking. So
Yeah,
sorry about that.
No problem. It's 505,801.
Never mind, I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah, do you guys have the page numbers for these that you're showing?
That one was page 34.
Great, thank you. Yeah, if we could if we could find, I have them printed as well and just want to follow along.
I'll look for it, so just get going.
And next, this one is called AD, sort of Southeast 5 corridor. Includes Vernon, Maywood, Commerce, Bell Gardens, Downey, Bellflower, Norwalk, Artesia, and Cerritos. All of those places are whole in this visualization, and the total population is 475,374. And moving on to this visualization, which is generally kind of bounded by, it includes the interchange of the 605 and 60. So this includes Montebello, South El Monte, Pico Rivera, Whittier, South Whittier, La Mirada, La Habra Heights, Hacienda Heights, Industry, La Puente, Avocado Heights. And this has a total population of 513,809. And then 2 more to go. This is sort of West San Gabriel Valley area, includes Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, most of the city of El Monte, Arcadia, Temple City, East San Gabriel, San Marino, etc. And the total population of this visualization is 477,345.
Anyone have a page number on that one? And I also see Commissioner Turner has it.
The last page.
Thanks. Commissioner Turner, did you want to jump in and ask a question?
Well, probably more so a little bit of a comment. Thank you, Jamie and Karen, for the presentations, the visualizations, but for the commissioners and perhaps Commissioners Committee, Kennedy and Ahmad, I was thinking how amazing it would be if there was programming, probably for the next commission, that would, for these visualizations, automatically populate which specific COIs were for these areas, like if it was an interactive type system, so that looking at this, me not being from Los Angeles, you know, I know there's thousands, there's lots of stuff that we can go through. And so instead of pouring back through it, so for 2030, in case I forget later, I think it would just be so wonderful if there was a program for every visualization that you all draw for us based on what we thought up, that it would also be a backwards way to be able to connect the COIs specifically for that area that's highlighted, so that you can then just go directly and say, oh yeah, these are the ones that was for this, these are the ones, instead of trying to believe that the big brains of us will hold what you're said, what you're saying now, and remember it later, right? It'll take a lot of cross, and I think between 14 we'll get it figured out, but it would be extremely helpful to just be able to have a program that would say, this is what we've created on the map, and here are the associated COIs, public comments, input, automatically. That's my wish list for 2030.
There we go. I think that is such a great suggestion. And I can only imagine where we will be at technologically 10 years from now. So that seems doable in 10 years. Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Jamie and Karen, can I hand it back to you?
Yes, thank you. One more visualization for you here in East San Gabriel Valley area. This includes Glendora, Azusa, Irwindale, Baldwin Park, West Covina, Citrus, these areas here. And the total population of this visualization is 484,491. And I'm going to zoom out and show them all together. turn some of these the neighborhood council boundaries off so it could be a little more clear to see. Oh, leave them on. I'll leave them on.
I don't know about anybody else, but I think Jamie and Karen, while you're presenting, if it's possible that anyone can call out what page numbers these refer to, I think that would be really helpful.
I'm working on that right now, so just a
Yeah,
second.
no worries, no worries.
Jamie and Karen, do you want me to chime in real quick? I don't have much to say right now.
Yes, please.
Okay, so first, this is amazing work at a pretty early stage at the process, and as you could see, you know what I'm going to say is just generally about some of the criteria. First, all of these are within the safe harbor equal population provisions. I believe there's nothing greater than a 4% deviation. The safe harbor is plus or minus 5%. They all clearly take into account the criteria in number 4 of the Constitution, the city boundaries, political boundaries, geographical boundaries, quite nicely. They all are compact. All but one of them has a majority minority population based on the concentrations that are in here. If there are questions about Voting Rights Act compliance, I think most of them are probably appropriate for closed session that we can discuss. They get into some of the data analysis, but I think those all are aspects of these districts that, and I also just want to give a lot of credit here. This is one of the most complex areas in the entire nation, very diverse, and high concentrations of minority voters and multiple different minorities, and people who are deeply connected to their communities as well. So this is a very nice, again, very first step of this iterative process, a good starting point for these assembly districts, and for rather these visualizations of the ultimate assembly district.
Becker. Commissioner Turner, did you have another question?
Actually, I forgot to take it down, but I'll take advantage of it. Under the AD Central and, what is it, DTLA 1004, what was that again with the 0.326?
That's the percent deviation
Oh,
from
that. Oh,
a
okay.
potential.
Oh, that's the only one that was showing that. Okay.
Yeah, and it's, just to clarify, it's 3.26% deviation.
Above the ideal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
The map we're looking at right now, does that have it? You said you were putting all of them on here, but the 210 corridor one you shared with us isn't on here right now? And I was just curious, on some of these, they do overlap, right? But they're not overlapping here. So were there certain ones that were selected to be in this the visualization and not others?
So yeah, thank you for that question. So in addition to these 7 assembly district sized visualizations, I also have visualizations for the rest of, basically I have the rest of the visualizations that were requested last time. So this isn't every single visualization that I have for you today. These are just the visualizations that were created in collaboration with your Voting Rights Act team. And for example, like the 210 corridor that you saw that's in the handout, we'll absolutely show that today and look at those as well. And there is potentially overlap with some of those visualizations and what you see here on the map. And when I said there was no overlap, I meant that with these districts or with these visualizations that are assembly district sized, then we don't have any overlap here.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, maybe not a question right now, but just maybe more of a comment. I think this is great. But as we go along and we move from area to area, I would like to see overall what is the over-under deviation. I mean, because right now you can do the over-under by district. I just want to make sure that there isn't one area that's under, like completely under, like under the 493,000, and then we move to another area and they have to be over to compensate for that deviation of 100. I hope I'm making sense. In my math mind, I'm making sense. But
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Fernandez. May I please respond to that? So again, these are just visualizations at this point, and I think while we obviously can give you the over-under on these, sometimes it may make a little bit more sense than other times because we're also not specifically with some of these visualizations looking at a particular plan type. So for some of them, it may just really be informational, and then you can just figure out whether or not you want to go maybe to Senate, maybe you want that to go to Congress and so forth. So there may be additional analysis that is necessary here. But again, if you would like to know any of that, then we're happy to highlight that for more specific areas.
right, I don't actually, not for yet, but it's just a thought that I have for the future, and I just don't want to forget. I don't want to leave that thought. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I realize right now we're just
And yes,
visualizing, which is fine. But as we get closer to finals, that would be great.
we
Thank
will
you.
absolutely do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I might quick, I'm sorry, just on the same exact topic. One thing just to kind of look at just roughly is on this group, we've got, 3 pluses, 4 minuses in terms of, over, under. And you can kind of gauge it a little bit by that, just kind of looking at areas. If you keep track of the positive and, the over, under.
Yep. Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Yeah, there's a little bit of eyeballing going on here. And then I think as we continue on with this process in the coming weeks, we'll get greater and greater specificity. Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment? No. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, can you zoom into where Koreatown is for me? Wouldn't that be possible? I was just curious because I thought you said part of Koreatown. I just wanted to see.
So this is how Koreatown is defined by the neighborhood council areas. And we also had a COI submission that specifically outlined Koreatown, and there was a visualization request for that area as well. And this is the area that was defined by the public input as being Koreatown. It's the blue area, and there's overlap with this yellow to the greenish area.
So the neighborhood council definition, though, is this Wilshire Center
Yes.
dash Koreatown? That's all, should be one thing there. Okay. Okay, so, and you kind of just chopped it in half, it looks like. Okay.
Definitely something to consider right there. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah. Yes, I liked the map where you were able to show us the early considerations altogether. Do we have a copy of that? Is that one of the pages in here, the 50, or no? When you showed us all of this one that's on the screen now, do we have a copy of this
This one?
together like, okay,
Not
Not all
yet.
together.
Not yet,
okay,
but
I did just take a screenshot of it. Happy to share that with you.
beautiful. Thank you.
I can send it. Commissioner Sinai.
Going back to the one for Koreatown, I think, well, I was looking at page 32, which I think is that same one you were just showing to Commissioner Fornashari. One of the visualizations we requested was all the different kind of an Asian CVAP in this area, because we had heard that there was a Thai town, there was Chinatown, there was different towns that were kind of in that same area. Is this one, do we have, I felt like, I wasn't sure if this one was the one trying to take that into account, all the different input we had gotten from the different Asian COIs?
That wasn't in the notes that we received. And all of these, again, we worked with your VRA council to be able to create all of these visualizations. I know that there was a request for Chinatown and Japantown with the downtown area to be together, and that specific COI hasn't been submitted yet. The exact delineations of where those are hadn't been created yet, and so those haven't been submitted yet. Please excuse me.
Commissioner Sinai, were you?
No,
Commissioner
I thought we had asked for all of that together when we were looking at the Asian CVAP, and that some of the community had requested that as well when they had called in. So I'm not sure if there's a way to look at where all those places, I guess this is where I'm lost. Is this a note I take down and say, okay, for the next iteration, can we please make sure we're looking at the Asian CVAP and the different Asian towns? I hate to call them that, but I'm not sure how to, Chinatown, I feel more comfortable saying the Asian CVAP. Because I know Koreatown wasn't the only one that we were told.
Yep. Does Leindring or legal want to respond to that question?
All I'll say is I think I think the data is there. We can absolutely look at that. I mean, and provide you with a visualization that looks at that. I think, Jamie, I don't know if you can zoom out a little bit right now. If we're talking about, as I think we might be, a Koreatown, Chinatown, Japantown, that would, and forgive me, I haven't lived in LA for a while, but I'm pretty sure that would kind of extend kind of east-west across the top part of that. That would change the map, which is absolutely something we can look at and you can consider when we're thinking about that. And then, if we were to look at that, one of the things from a Voting Rights Act perspective, we'd want to make sure that that actually is a district where the Voting Rights Act applies. In other words, is there a majority Asian district possible? And is there cohesion both amongst Asians to collectively, and we're talking about a diverse Asian community as we often are, is there cohesion there, that they're solidifying around candidates of choice that they all share? And then is the other population voting in a way that would defeat those candidates? If we can absolutely look at that. And it, it's likely, I would just say, based on what I know of the area, I think it's likely that you could draw a district that would be compact to satisfy Jingles 1. I just don't know if the percentage would get above 50%.
Perfect. That's great and really helpful. And my sense, Commissioner Sinai, is you're asking exactly the right questions, and that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing, is taking a look at this first round and saying, what seems off? What additional information might we need before we can finalize something and move towards that first draft? So I think you're well within your bounds to say, hey, let's take a closer look at this area and make sure we're not missing something.
And Madam Chair, may I just say really quickly, I think that that's exactly the purpose of these meetings. It's not only fine, please, we'll tell you if there's legal issues with that, if that creates challenges and you'll see in often cases challenges that will be where we'll be balancing different considerations in a variety of ways. But that's exactly what the purpose of this whole process is. So that's a great start.
Can I just ask a follow-up? So I know that we're looking at VRA communities, but some of them can still be COIs, communities of interest. And so I don't want to disregard what the communities told us they wanted to be together. And so it's a community of interest, even if it doesn't meet the VRA piece. And there is a Thai town as well. So in the list that was given, I looked it up just to confirm. So it's Korea, China, Japan, and Thai.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I can only imagine that as we're reviewing these areas, that we're probably going to start getting some public comment on them as well. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Almost stopped me from being fined a third dollar. I guess I'll just start with I think it's AD Central and DTLA 1004. I guess visualization. I am kind of curious about that because when I looked at that particular visualization, what I saw was one that was really encompassing LA's current Black African American community. And so it's interesting to hear from a VRA perspective that it was drawn in the way it was. And in fact, in thinking about that, I also noted that I felt like there were other areas or neighborhoods of LA that should be attached to that particular visualization, less so some other areas, which also did include the kind of historically cultural areas like the Japan, Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown. Thai Town is not included in that, and it would be interesting to see also that impact in one of the visualizations. But that was just my observation of that particular visualization, is that it seemed like it should include some other communities that we also heard that they wanted to stay together. And I'm seeing some other areas that were not necessarily seen as, being requested. And I'm just wondering if what the intent around, I'm hearing the VRA, but I'm just kind of curious as to why that was seen as a VRA district without some of these other areas that should be included.
If I can just briefly address, I just want to be clear, we're not necessarily saying at this point in time that all of these districts or these areas need to be drawn this way because of the Voting Rights Act. We're still looking at it, so I want to be careful. Just personally, I tend to not use the term VRA district because there are times when there might be multiple areas you can draw districts in various ways and under different criteria. All that being said, I'll just say briefly, this is a district that is it's a very diverse district. It's actually not it's not majority any minority. Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think I have that right. But it might be a district where coalitions are formed and other things that we can talk about a little more, perhaps in closed session if we want to get into some details. But I'll also tell you, we're still at the early stages. We've got a decent amount. Dr. Gall has done an amazing job of getting racially polarized voting analysis for a very, very large state in a short period of time. But she's still working on it. She's literally working on it right now. And as Professor Sadwani might know, this is not just something that takes a lot of human power, it takes a lot of processing power. So it actually takes some time to just run on the computer. So I just want to make you all aware of that. We will still be getting data in on a lot of these through the week and probably into next week. But we're not going to withhold it. As soon as we get it, we're talking about it, we're sharing it, we're using it to advise you. So we're going to continue to do that. So I think you're quite right to identify that district as, shall we say, an interesting district that we'll want to keep our eyes on and get some more information.
Yes, that is very true. As an earnest grad student, many a nights I would turn a district on to run, and in the morning it was still going. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I was just curious if, at what point we will have executive or closed session to get the insight on the considerations that have been put forth in developing these maps from a VRA perspective, from our council.
I can answer that in terms of a
perfect.
process perspective. That will be next week. Yeah, we are agendized for closed session next week. We were not agendized today.
Great, thank you.
And if I can just add briefly, Commissioner Toledo, we want to share as much as we can in open session. We're trying diligently to do that. So it's only there are certain analyses that may be the subject or very likely to be the subject of pending litigation if litigation does come as a result of the maps that are drawn, that it's only in those circumstances that we will ask to share that information in a closed session.
Jamie, did you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, thank you. Just to respond to Commissioner Kutagawa's question a little bit more, as well as that, you know, all of these visualizations, again, there's no overlap, so it's not, you know, one district sized area, and given that they're, you know, it's contextual, there's different considerations at play with the areas that were identified by Dr. Gall and that we've been working with your whole VRA team. So again, just to give a little bit of context, is that it's, you know, these visualizations weren't created sort of like in a vacuum, I guess, and sort of keeping in mind balancing deviation and all of your other criteria while creating visualizations. And again, these are very preliminary, and I think there will be more information and certainly different iterations forthcoming.
Thank you so much for that, Jamie. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Town, which is pretty small, is up there near where it says Los Feliz, so west of Silver Lake and between Los Feliz and East Hollywood. So we'd have to reach a bit to get to Town. The other one that I think there was community of interest submitted was Historic Filipino Town, which is kind of south of Echo Park across the 101. So if we wanted to kind of bring together Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Historic Filipino Town, Koreatown, and Thai Town, you know, we'd have to shift all of this a little bit kind of clockwise and maybe shift, I don't know, South Central and Empowerment Congress to the district to the south so that we could pick up some more area to the north. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai?
I was going to move us to another visualization, the one for Southgate. In it, when we first met, when we first started that conversation about the Southgate or page number 36, that was one that we had said, you know, we haven't really heard from San Pedro, and then we did hear from San Pedro, and so San Pedro, Wilmington, Harbor, and Lomita is all considered part of that Harbor Gateway area. So I wanted just to bring that up since we did get that input later.
Great, thank you. Any additional comments at this point or questions? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I guess I'll just ask a question on that since it was brought up. I guess I just want to know, Huntington. It's interesting that Huntington Park and Cudahy is left out. Also, it's also interesting that the jump across to Cerritos, Cerritos isn't necessarily considered a gateway city, so I'm just kind of curious about that.
Thank you so much for that question. This is an area where there is further analysis being done right now by Dr. Gall, and she had asked me to hold off on visualizing this area.
Actually, also notice it's 10:05, that one, which means we're going to be talking about it tomorrow?
Okay, Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment? Commissioner Sinai, did you have a comment?
No, I turned off my camera versus putting down my hand. Sorry.
Okay, your hand is still raised, in fact. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment?
Same thing, I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. This is the problem of not being in the room with you all. I'm missing you all very much. With that, I think Jamie Karin will hand it back to you.
Great. I'm going to remove these visualizations and then move into the northern Los Angeles County area. And we're going to go in the general order that's presented in the PDFs. It's not exactly the perfect order, but first we're starting sort of in Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley area. And one moment, please, while I find those layers. What? Okay, so the first visualization that we have here is Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and then also moving up to California City, Mojave, Rosamond, and Edwards Air Force Base area. This visualization has 739,112 people. It's on page 8. So also the colors on the screen are going to match the colors on the PDF.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, on this one, it's kind of hard to tell, but I was just curious, does this visualization, does it encompass China Lake as well too? And
No.
okay, I didn't think so, but it was still hard to see. And then given these numbers, it looks like it could be a potential congressional district, and so if that were the case, then I guess maybe that's for later on, is to ask, like, how much more do we need to add, or is this within, as I think Mr. Becker said, or within the kind of the deviation ranges that's acceptable?
Karin, Jamie, Mr. Becker, can we have a little bit of that conversation now, or do you want us to wait on that? Because I have some thoughts on this too.
Say this is not one I reviewed yet, so I don't have any additional information. I believe that Karin and Jamie might have something else to add.
Yeah, I just want to repeat the question, which I believe Mr. Becker may not have caught. The question was whether we could talk about the congressional district deviations just in general, so not necessarily specific to this particular visualization, which was...
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
You recall from the trainings, congressional districts have a much stricter deviation requirement. They need to be as close to zero as possible. There is some flexibility in there. They don't have to be literally zero. It's very unlikely for congressional districts that the population is divisible by 52. I don't know for sure that that's not the case, but it's unlikely. You've got a little bit of wiggle room, because also census blocks are not all standardized. So it's possible that census blocks will require a small amount of deviation, but you're required to try to minimize deviation, be as close to actually zero deviation as is reasonably possible under under the law.
So I'll insert myself here then and add, as I was looking at this, that was my understanding that we wanted to get closer to that target population for a congressional district. And I was going back and reviewing a lot of the COI input testimony that we received from this region. And one of the things that we heard, or that at least I heard, was that this is a region that's very much bound by the aerospace industry, that is a large component in the Antelope Valley. I also live on the other side of the mountain range, and the aerospace industry is quite large there too. JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab, is located down in just at the intersection of La Cañada, Altadena, and Pasadena. And so in terms of a path forward to try and get closer to that target population, I was really curious for a future visualization if we could see this exact piece that we have right here and extending down along the north side of the 5 freeway possibly into La Cañada and as well as portions of Altadena and Pasadena. In particular, the Angeles Crest Highway, which runs through the mountain range, is used by many people in the Antelope Valley who work at JPL. So I think that there would be a common sense sort of reason for connecting them. They are fairly well connected with the 5 freeway as well going south. And of course, I'm sitting here like an idiot, moving my own cursor across the map, which you all, of course, cannot see. But I would be curious to see this potential district extended downward in that way. Yes, exactly.
So,
sorry, was there a question?
I apologize. Could I just clarify that is a direction for potential visualization?
Yes.
Thank you.
You got it. And I'm assuming you can take those now. Is that correct? Your team is ready to, got it. Great. Perfect. And I'm pretty sure we have note takers on our staff as well. Is that, I think Marcy and her team have that covered for us also. Yeah. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a different idea, and I asked about China Lake because I was thinking about the other way, because some of the COI inputs that we did hear, we had callers who called in expressing that China Lake, Edwards, and Mojave have something in common because they share the aerospace kind of connection there too. Although the folks in the Lancaster, Palmdale area, because of Lockheed being there, I think that's the aerospace connection there, that they felt like there's that connection also to that Edwards and also going up towards Mojave. Not as many commenters or communities of interest input, I recall, but there were some. But there was definitely several around China Lake and Edwards being connected together. So I was just curious if we went up further north and encompass China Lake, would that get us closer to the 760 number that we're looking for?
Thank you.
And that is direction for visualization,
Thank
to
you.
be clear.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
My turn. So I was going a different direction where I was curious because I couldn't remember kind of what our CVAP data was for the Antelope Santa Clarita Valley, and I wanted to be able to know what the CVAP data was again to see if the Antelope Valley was more parallel to Santa Clarita or the high desert, based, because we got a lot of conflicting input from this area. And so I just felt like I needed to see that again. And I also wanted to make sure, I don't know if Commissioner Vasquez is on right now, but I know that this is an area she knows well. And so I was curious to hear her hand's up, so she's there. So I'll lower my hand and be quiet. But I don't want us to make a decision until, for me to be able to do a visualization, I would need to see the CVAP data, and I'm not sure how we do that at this point.
Is there any guidance from line drawing or legal on CVAP? Is that something that we're loaded for to look at today? Would it make sense to look at it now, or do you want to do that afterwards? Certainly, I recall a lot of community of interest testimony talking about the historically excluded communities that live throughout the valley, Antelope Valley.
Commissioner Sadwani, if I may answer that.
Yeah, please.
If in some of these areas, if you feel like it would be helpful for you to see the CVAP, then please just ask for it and we can pull it up.
Sure. Why don't we go to Commissioner Vasquez first? I think she's going to respond to some of those questions that Commissioner Sinai raised, and then we can figure out if it makes sense to look at that, or if receiving analysis at our next meeting might be more helpful. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I would love to see the CVAP data for sure. I'm fine with viewing a visualization of some of the additional included areas that were mentioned earlier per direction. That being said, I think for me, my understanding of this community, having worked there for a couple of years, is that folks in the Antelope Valley very much, even if they work outside, very much view that community of folks who live there very different from the folks and communities who don't live in the Antelope Valley. So I'm just a little, I would probably not view visualizations that include areas sort of down the hill as being sort of in alignment with where that community largely defines itself, especially with respect to the folks who live there, who are growing populations of Black and Latinx families.
I think that makes sense, and I think at this point we're looking at all options to get to closer to that target population number. And I think if it's possible to show CVAP just very briefly, and my sense is we'll get a greater analysis though in our coming meetings. Is it possible at least to put that up for us, Jamie?
Yeah, one moment, please. Here we, this is the Latino CVAP. I'm gonna remove the visualization so it's a little easier to see. So this is the percent Latino CVAP in this area.
Great. Thank you. And I'll anticipate that we'll get additional analysis of some of this as we move forward. Jamie and Karen, was there more in this area that you wanted to show us before we move forward?
Yes, we have a lot of visualizations in this area.
I figured you did. And just as hopefully a helpful reminder, we are up against a break at 2:30, so we have just over 10 minutes to continue this discussion before we go to break.
Okay, up next we have Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, including Rosamond and Mojave, so not including the California City, Edwards Air Force Base. This is page 7 of the PDF, and the total population of this visualization is 720,359. I'm going to move on. This is Antelope Valley and with the California City area, including Tehachapi. This does not include Santa Clarita Valley, and the total population of this visualization is 477,548, and this is page 9. This visualization shows the Angeles National Forest and this mountain range included with Antelope Valley. This is a total population of 412,685, and this is page 13. Up next, Antelope Valley and Victor Valley. This visualization represents a population of 816,538. This is page 11. Up next, Antelope Valley, Victor Valley plus Barstow. And this is 857,273 people represented in this area. This is page 12. And just a couple more for this sort of northern Los Angeles County area. Here we have Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Victor Valley, and California City, Mojave, Rosamond, Edwards Air Force Base area. This is on page 10. Represents a total population of 1,143,798. Up next, Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley together, just those two. This is a total population of 692,531. It's on page 4 of the PDF. This next one is Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and Simi Valley. This represents a total population of 820,262. It's on page 6 of the PDF.
If I may just jump in, Jamie, is this approximately the current congressional district?
The current congressional district, so this does not split the city of Lancaster and includes Quartz Hill, so it is different from the current congressional district in that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, this is a big chunk of all of Los Angeles County, north of the San Fernando Valley. This is everything inside of Los Angeles County, Santa Clarita Valley, Antelope Valley, and surrounding unincorporated areas. This is page 5 of the PDF and represents a total population of 707,201 people. And that's everything that I have for like Santa Clarita Valley, Antelope Valley areas. Oops.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The earlier map that had Antelope Valley and Angeles National Forest prompted me to ask if we have a zero population census block, can we split that since it has no people in it? Thank you.
Well, I think you always want to, if I may answer that, is that okay? I think you kind of want to just figure out why you may need to split a census block, what their actual purpose is, and then also refer to legal counsel for those purposes. I will tell you, just from a technical perspective, it makes things very messy when you start splitting census blocks.
Well, sure, if there are people there, but if it's zero population, I'm wondering if that makes a difference.
From a technical perspective, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. I will tell you.
Okay.
I think all mappers are nodding their heads right now. It
Okay.
becomes complicated.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Kennedy, I might have missed this. What would be the reason for trying to split a census block that has zero population within it?
Well, I'm thinking particularly about forests that don't have population, and I don't know how big the census blocks are there, but if we wanted to take part of it and link it to the populated area to, say, the north, and the other part of it linked to the population area to the south, is that something we could do? I mean, it's theoretical. I'm just
Yeah, I'd highly advise against it. I don't think there's any. So again, land isn't represented in these maps. People are represented, and if it has zero population in it, there's no concern for the people within it, and I would place the entire census block within the district that made the most sense with the various redistricting criteria. But it would have no practical impact on representation to split it. And I think, as Karin was saying, and Karin, correct me if I'm wrong, it does create some challenges in terms of actually drawing. It could also create some other challenges just in terms of, because the boundaries of the census geography are the building blocks of all of this.
okay. Thank you.
It'd be like splitting a Lego block.
Way of thinking about it. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, my initial comment when Commissioner Kennedy said that, I'm like, why would you want to split it? But then I also thought of the fact of the map that you have here. Maybe those to the north and those to the south also see that land as part of their community. So then you actually have two potential districts sharing that land and ensuring that that land, I realize people are the ones that we're representing, but now you've got two districts that you can, I guess, partner up with to make sure that that land is taken care of, because that is important to the people on all the boundaries, the surrounding areas. So I think that's where Commissioner Kennedy was coming from. So I'm sorry, I just talked myself through it. So thank you.
I think that's okay. I think that's going to be a part of this process. So I appreciate that. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Actually, we're looking at this sort of the large area here with the title across it. We know that there are national, well, there could be national, I don't know if they're national in there, but state parks. Do we have that added as a layer?
The landmark areas defined by the U.S. Census Bureau are included in this.
Okay, because we can't see, and like in terms of, we're assuming, there's zero population. I doubt very high if there's zero population in that large area. But if we want a breakdown of, like dividing that sort of larger section up somewhat, can we get that as a visualization?
Yeah, absolutely. I do not believe that this is like one giant census block. I think there are multiple census blocks in there, and we can sort of split the difference in upcoming visualizations. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
That sounds great. And yeah, I think that was the underlying question. I think really from both Commissioners Anderson and Kennedy, where do those census blocks really lie? As we're thinking about those visualizations, to me, the Angeles Crest Highway, the two might be an important thoroughfare to think about if we're thinking about possible ways of going southward.
Could we quickly see the highways on there so we can see what Commissioner Sadwani is talking about?
Sure. Well, I said sure, but I don't control the map.
All of these sort of yellowish, orangish lines are highways.
Thank you.
Yeah, and those do become important thoroughfares for communities. Certainly, I live right behind Angeles Crest down at the bottom there, and at 6:30 in the morning, there's just tons of trucks streaming down. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, had to think about it, which button to press. What other data, I'm going to reiterate what I said last week, that communities, ethnic communities may identify to us as being Latino or Black, Asian, Middle Eastern, and not tell us more about themselves. But when there is a high concentration of ethnic communities, there's also ethnic restaurants, ethnic stores, so there's an ethnic economic connection, religious connection, cultural connection. What data can we ask for to help us, or what data can we use? This was part of the reason why this summer I was saying, what data are we going to use besides census and CVAP data to better understand these communities? Going back to the Antelope Valley example, we've got the communities of interest, and I understand that there's that. There are a lot of gaps. We've only received, we've received a lot, but not enough and hopefully people will answer our questions as we're posting them. I was hoping we could do surveys where we ask it and put it on social media. But what data can we ask? Because I think putting our hands up and saying, oh, that's race and we can't use race, or, it's ethnicity, it's culture, it's deeper than just skin color. And our governments created a lot of these ethnic enclaves by their redlining policies and other policies. And we need to be able to, help create fair representation, and not necessarily under VRA, but under communities of interest. This is really about pushing for fair representation and fair maps. So how do we ensure that we are being the voice for all those ethnic and cultural communities without being worried or having to run to closed session or what it might be? I really do want us to be the voices of all communities, and not just communities that we can easily identify by not the color of their skin, which to me it's really their race, ethnicity, and culture.
Commissioners, would you like me to address that very briefly?
Yes, that'd be great, Mr.
So I'm not going to talk specifically in open session about any particular community here or any particular race. I'll just remind you all, the race is allowed to be considered to the degree Section 2 allows it. These are very large districts. If we were drawing community, County Board of Supervisors districts, we might be having different conversations. But these are very large districts where a minority group would have to be very large to satisfy the conditions for the Voting Rights Act, which I think you mentioned, you recognized, Commissioner Sinai. With regard to community of interest, you can absolutely take that into account. I think one thing I've been so impressed with this commission is how open it's been to community of interest input, and how much has come in, and how it has really been considered in balance with the other elements of criteria 4. And I highly encourage you to continue to do that. And again, I will just mention briefly that there are United States constitutional requirements consistent with the Shaw versus Reno line of cases that say race can be considered for purposes, for instance, of Voting Rights Act compliance, but race cannot predominate over other traditional redistricting principles. California has laid out those principles very, very nicely and in a hierarchical method. And so to the degree that there are communities of interest that may or may not share racial qualities or ethnic qualities, it would be entirely appropriate to take them into account to the degree they've been submitted.
And with that, I know that there might be some additional comments or questions about that. We are actually overdue to go to our break. So we will pause here. Please hold those questions and we can pick up where we left off in 15 minutes at what time would that be? 2:48. Thank you so much. Great, thank you. We are back with the California Citizens Redistricting Commission reviewing initial visualizations for Los Angeles County. We left off with a little conversation about race and getting some advice from legal counsel here. I think, for myself, some of the things that I've just been thinking about is, in this process, we can want to do things differently. We can want the laws to be different. We can want to take a different approach, but at the end of the day, the law is a constraint for us. And, I think we certainly learned that lesson with our request for additional time for this process. We wanted more time. We believed we had a great reason for more time. But at the end of the day, the courts didn't agree with us. So I think for me, that's definitely in the back of my mind as we continue on in this process. So we will pick up there where we left off. Just one comment to commissioners from Alvaro and the staff. If you are giving specific direction in terms of visualizations that you want to see for next week, be sure to be very clear to say, I'm giving direction, just so that staff is aware and can appropriately take notes on that. Were there additional comments or questions in this northern Los Angeles County area? And that's where we had left off. And I believe, Jamie, you had finished going through the visualizations. Is that correct? Yeah. So if there's additional comments, questions, visualizations that commissioners would like to see for this area. And seeing none, Jamie, I will turn it back to you to continue us for the next section.
Thank you. Next, just gonna look at the San Fernando Valley area.
Oh, Jamie, hold on one second. I see Commissioner Akutagawa just raised her hand. I want to make sure, is this as we're moving on or back to the area we just completed?
Actually, it's the area that we just completed. I am kind of curious to your earlier point about including the Angeles Crest Mountain or the Angeles Mountains in that Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley area. When you asked for a visualization that included JPL as well too. I'm looking at this map that says LA County north of San Fernando SFV _ 1004. So that's basically that entire region that included the, I guess the Antelope or all of the unincorporated. Yes, thank you, that one. So I'm noticing that the number for that is 700,07201. If you were to also extend and make it a really large district that included the Angeles Mountains and perhaps some of that area that you were talking about, Commissioner Sadwani, the Pasadena, Altadena, La Cañada area, basically some of the foothill communities that surround JPL, would that get that number up to around, I know we're not supposed to be doing that, but I'm just kind of curious as to what that number would look like.
Yeah, I would be curious too. Not that we have to do it now, but
yeah.
But yeah.
I'm not able to edit this layer right now, and that's certainly a visualization request that we can accommodate. And at this point in the process, I don't have all the numbers and stuff memorized of population, who, where, and later might. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
right
would be
now,
great.
not sure, but happy to create a visualization.
Yeah, that would
for
be that would be an interesting visualization to see. So that entirety of those mountain areas, which is basically in the middle between the two sides of the foothills. So that would be interesting to see. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Commissioner Kutagawa, and happy to make that as kind of an amendment to my direction for visualization, is to respect the LA County boundaries and to see what that looks like. And that includes parts of places like Tujunga, Sunland, La Crescenta, La Cañada, often referred to as the Crescenta Valley, which would all be incorporated into that. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, yes, thank you. Wanted to go back to Commissioner Sinai's points or question, really, maybe to council about how can we create additional data on the communities we're looking at that helps us to understand the racial and ethnic makeup of particular communities. And I heard the response from Mr. Becker about, this commission has been really great about soliciting communities of interest input. But I guess what I heard from Commissioner Sinai's question, and I would like some additional direction on, is can we as a commission, rather than solely relying on input, so passively waiting for that data to come to us from communities, can we, ourselves and or through staff or our contractors, pull additional data sets that would give us things like, ethnic businesses, cultural centers of cultural importance, faith organizations. Like, some of this stuff is mapped by community-based organizations or gathered by, chambers of commerce, etc. If that data is available to us, can we proactively pull that data and use that to create communities of interest or help us understand communities of interest better? Or do we have to receive that kind of data through public input?
Commissioner Vasquez, I'll, with regard to California law, I don't know, maybe other council might be able to chime in on this with regard to what you're able to go and look at. There's certainly some things that you're not supposed to look at, but I believe you could look at any district, try to get any information you could about communities of interest. I want to stress a couple of points. One, federal law requires you all to be very careful about using race to predominate over other districting principles. And if a plan was challenged, if it appeared that there were considerations where race was overtly used to predominate, or where there was some kind of proxy for race used to predominate over other traditional redistricting principles, it could put such a plan at risk overall. Secondly, I've made this point several times. I cannot stress it enough. There are many places where communities of interest absolutely should be considered. There might be some overlay with race or some other ethnicity. It might be business communities. But in general, those communities would have to be very large to control districts in the maps that you're being asked to draw. These are very large districts. And there are places where absolutely at the county level, at the city level, at the school district level, where there might be communities of interest that can wield significant power in those communities. But you're talking about districts that are at a minimum nearly 500,000 people large. So just keep that in mind. And given the short amount of time you have to work, you can absolutely ask for whatever data is available to you. You should absolutely take into account the community of interest data. And I do want to state the people of California have been very, very proactive about sharing that information with you. And I think that's a real testament to the communities, to the advocacy groups and others who have done this. So I think you have at your disposal a lot of that information that you can use. But I also think you want to be careful about creating too much work for yourselves almost within a relatively short period of time when you've got a lot of data available to you already, and where it's very unlikely that particular communities of interest are going to be large enough to control districts in this particular, given the size of the districts that you're looking at.
May I respond?
Sure.
I guess I'm mostly just, I think, understanding your point about sort of the scale at which that we are looking at data. I think, again, when we're looking at whether we're going to draw a line here versus 6 blocks over, I think that's when this data gets really, really important to me. And that's not something we will, especially in an area like the Antelope Valley, where we will necessarily get proactively that data from local community organizers. Whereas, again, when we're all things other considered, if in a particular area, we could go and dig a little deeper on this like 12-block radius about where additionally we might consider drawing a line here versus there. I think that's really important. And so what I'm hearing from you is that we are not prohibited from proactively requesting, seeking, or applying that data in the large landscape of factors that we are considering.
So with regard to California law, that is not my particular area of expertise. I'll defer to other counsel on that. I will say that there are practical limitations in terms of time and data available that may affect that. And again, I'm watching redistricting going on all around the country right now. For those that are following it, Virginia has an independent redistricting commission that has literally deadlocked and not been able to get a map out. And that those plans are likely going to the courts. A lot of other states have redistricting commissions, or in many cases, partisan processes. I'll say California is one of the most. I just want to give you some sense of how well you have allowed this outreach. I don't know of a state that allows for easier outreach, easier submission of COIs, easier submission of sample districts and other things than California does. So I think my advice would be that you already have access to data that allows you to draw districts and appreciate and take into account all of the communities of interest that you might, in a way that probably exceeds that of almost any other state.
Yeah, I would still disagree in that we weren't able to do a whole grant program that I think we had envisioned for this money. So I'm just really, really cognizant of trying to pull as much community data, again, especially in these areas with historically marginalized communities that are rural, that are geographically distanced from urban centers. Those communities do not have the kind of deep networks of community organizing that can be leveraged as easily. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to what David has mentioned. Given the constraints, aside from the constraints that you have time-wise and work-wise and data-wise, there is no reason why you can't be proactive in soliciting and obtaining data for yourselves to look at. The decisions has to be based upon the record as a whole, and the record has to be reliable and valid. Whenever you're trying to solicit on your own, needs, of course, to have those ability and validity, but there's no reason why you need to be limited strictly to what other people are presenting to you without being able to go to other sources of information that would otherwise be trustworthy.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wiltshire. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to return to the topic of race. And I know this question has been asked probably a couple of different ways, but I think we're still struggling to really get a handle on it. And that is what to do with, COI testimony that's been given in frankly racial terms. And so some language we had been playing with for our mapping playbook was to be open to ways that input given in racial terms can be received in social and economic terms. And we've had some conversation about that. Can we frame it that way? Is that legitimate? Or does that start getting us immediately in danger of the federal prohibitions against letting race predominate and opening the door to liability?
So I wish I could give you a black and white answer on this with a perfect line separating yes or no. The short answer is, well, first of all, you obviously can't control how anyone communicates their input to you. That's not on you if they happen to communicate their input through using language that appears to be focused primarily on race. However, if a plan is challenged, and it's challenged under the legal precedents started with Shaw versus Reno, they're going to look at, the courts are going to look at whether there were traditional redistricting criteria, principles, that you all have available to you that you know very, very well because they've been listed out so clearly, that were applied to the districts drawn that could justify the way the districts were drawn without race being the predominant factor. And I wish I could tell you that that doesn't necessarily mean sole factor. It doesn't necessarily mean 50% plus one factor. It is a judgment call made by the courts. But where racial considerations could be perceived to predominate, the plan could be perceived as less justifiable in a court. So these are things to consider. Look, a California statewide map, if it gets challenged, and particularly if it gets invalidated, is likely to go to the United States Supreme Court. It's just a fact. You're talking about 10% of the United States population being covered in one state. The Ninth Circuit Appellate Court, which covers California, as most of you know, is a court that the Supreme Court particularly enjoys taking cases from. And there was as many of you know, the most recent Voting Rights Act case, Brnovich, was from the Ninth Circuit. It was from Arizona. So just keep this in mind. You know, one of the things we're trying to do is to guide you towards plans that are as legally justifiable as possible, while also preserving all of the redistricting criteria that California has laid out, including the Voting Rights Act, including communities of interest. So have that in the back of your mind as you're discussing this and as you're considering various things. There are absolutely areas where communities of interest and racial communities coincide. And it's important to think in terms of what are the what defines the communities of interest outside of race. If you're looking, if this is not a Voting Rights Act consideration, particularly if it's outside of section 2, and we're talking about a variety of, we're talking about very large districts again. So section 2 districts are going to require that first jingles precondition, that majority to be met. So race can be in there. It just has to have some other application to traditional redistricting principles as well. And there's going to be another side in litigation, if it happens, that is trying to make the case that, oh, no, they were just looking at race and they really didn't take these things into account. So keep that in mind.
That's really helpful, Mr. Becker. Certainly throughout this process, we have talked about, I think from the very beginning, that there are elements out there who do not want us to succeed, who are looking for us to make mistakes along the way in an effort to either bring down our work on the maps or bring down the work of commissions nationwide. I think there's a number of areas where there are folks that aren't necessarily supporting us along in this journey. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, Mr. Becker, you said something that got me thinking, and I guess I'd like some clarification, and just for the sake of it being known to everybody. California has its state constitution. It has the laws by which we as a commission are following and which we are beholden to. But as has now been said, I mean, obviously there are going to be people that are looking at everything that we're doing and looking possibly for ways in which if they feel like we have not lived up to the letter of the law as they see it, and then therefore bring forth a lawsuit, and let's say it goes to the Ninth Court or the Ninth Circuit, and then it goes to the Supreme Court. Does federal law supersede what we as Californians have declared in our Constitution as the way in which we want to operate and produce our maps? Will they supersede what what is decided here or what is laid out here?
The short answer is yes. Federal law preempts state law on this. The U.S. Constitution preempts the state constitution on this to the degree that they conflict. There might be ways to read them so that they aren't conflicting in certain ways. And that would certainly be at issue in the litigation, but federal law preempts, which is why I believe if you look at the first two ranked criteria that California has laid out, those are both really driven by federal law, equal population and Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So I think California has already kind of acknowledged, consistent with all law on this issue, that federal law is going to preempt this. It's one of the reasons that, for instance, California can't say we're going to draw districts with a plus or minus 5% deviation, and Texas decides it's going to draw districts with a plus or minus 20% deviation. They can't do that. Federal law does create a standard for this representation that applies. And in general, that's a good thing. I'll also say one other quick thing. I want to, we're starting to look at racially polarized voting analysis, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of them, but I want to say generally, one of the things we see in California is that California has led the way. The promise of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act for a long time was that it would eventually lead to lead to a more representative democracy. Race definitely was an issue for many, many voters, both good in the sense that minorities wanted to see their people that they chose represented in government, and both in a bad way, in that the majority was often voting in ways to try to stop that. And trying to retain power. And the Voting Rights Act was established to stop that and to build a bridge to a better time. And California, in large part from what I'm seeing and I've seen in the past, is the leading edge of that. There are places where we're seeing particularly the white community be much more willing to vote for minority candidates of choice. We're seeing minority voters being a lot more complex because they have more choices now, a lot more complex and thoughtful in their approach. They're not, it might have been in the past that they only had one choice that they thought might represent them, and now they might have multiple. These are good developments. It might mean the Voting Rights Act doesn't require certain districts to be drawn, but they're good developments for society and for California, in my perspective. So we'll advise you specifically on some of those things. And it's really noble that everyone is trying to figure out ways to provide for representation. I don't want to be perceived as trying to push against that by any means. It's something I've worked my whole career for. But in many ways, California is showing the rest of the nation what's possible when they start allowing for representation of communities in ways that the rest of the country is not seeing to the same degree. And it makes things a little more challenging for you in many ways, but it actually means that the downside is a lot less. There are parts of the country where if minorities aren't aggregated in such a way that they can elect their candidate of choice, they will not have any political voice whatsoever. And in California, that's not true. And that's something that's really speaks volumes about the state.
If I can ask a follow-up, perhaps this is going to be more part statement with a question mark at the end. I'm thinking about like what you said about California leading the way in terms of our complexity because of our diversity and diversity not seen in any of the other states around the country. And so with that also means that, you're going to have regions like Los Angeles and the Bay Area and other parts potentially later on throughout the state that are going to have districts that are going to be very much going to, as some may say, maybe majority minority driven. And so I think, again, just to say it out loud or to just ask the question, I guess I'm seeing that these are the kind of complexities and the tightrope that we're walking, because I guess where I'm going is that let's just say we have somebody who is not happy with these districts despite the population numbers being majority minority, and they decide it's driven by race, we're going to bring a lawsuit against the commission and also against the maps. Is that something that has any, I won't say validity, but has any kind of a real possibility of standing and moving through the courts?
So I think California is an important state. It contains 1/10 of the United States House of Representatives. It is the 6th or 7th largest economy in the world. There are going to be people who are unhappy with the maps. I mean, that's for sure. Whether they bring lawsuits or not, I think there's a pretty good bet on that as well, but that's likely to happen. And the balance in these lawsuits is always, and depends on what the plaintiff is claiming. Because look, most of the plaintiffs in lawsuits about this, and we'll just speak very, very plainly here, a lot of it is about political power, outside of all of the other considerations, and that's not a concern for you all, which is good. But a lot of these are driven by political power for a variety of reasons. And the question is, so people are going to claim that race was taken into account too much or not enough. Those are kind of the short answers, and but their motivations might be political. Republicans have brought claims both that race was not taken into account enough and that it was taken into account too much, and Democrats have done the same. It is very, very common. Unfortunately, what we can't do is give you, I can't give you the magic key and say you're safe if you go right in here, especially because California is so diverse and because there are districts we're drawing that have very significant percentages of multiple racial groups. Now, Section 2 is a very strong guideline. Section 2 gives you a nice legal required way of considering race where the Section 2 preconditions are all met and the totality of circumstances are met. That's a nice anchor. It is very unlikely if you follow Section 2 that you will find yourself in peril of violating the Shaw versus Reno line of cases of race predominating. Now, when you follow Section 2, one of the things we're going to need to be careful about, and we talked about this a little bit, is the issues related to packing and cracking of populations. And I'll tell you, honestly, if you were to ask me right now, and I'm speaking purely generally, not about any particular district, I'd be particularly attentive to packing right now, where you've got percentages of minority populations that, because there is white crossover at a level that doesn't mean there isn't white cohesion against the candidate's choice. You might see like 10 or 15 or 20% white crossover for the minority candidate of choice. And that might mean you can, to create a 60% district just hypothetically could be packed. Because it's not necessary, and that might minimize minority voting strength in other areas. But Section 2 is a nice way to do this. But once you go outside of the Section 2 context, courts are going to be very vigilant about racial issues predominating, even when it's okay to take them into account. It might be okay to take them into account in some ways, but you just have to be very clear that you're also considering other traditional redistricting principles when you're doing that. I think that's the best advice I could give you, and I don't know if that fully answered your question. But look, I mean, these are all really good questions. This is a very difficult job you all have. And we'll try the best we can to guide you through and hopefully create the most legally justifiable, but also compliant with the criteria and representative maps that you can.
Thank you for that. Last call for any more. Oh, there we go. Commissioner Sinai, before we move on.
Just to make sure that what you keep saying, the traditional criteria for redistricting, are we referring to the 6 criteria? And the reason I ask is I do know that other redistricting entities that are helping, for instance, my city in Encinitas, believe that one of the traditional redistricting criteria is where a politician lives because they don't want to leave someone without representation. We do not look at that at all. So I'm trying to make sure we're all on the same page on what you're saying, Mr. Becker, since I know in California, is it the 6 redistricting criteria plus the 2 about party politics and where a politician lives? Is that what you're meaning by principles, or is there something else that I don't know?
there's traditional redistricting principles absolutely mean the 6 criteria. Shaw does not require you to take into account a redistricting principle that is not traditional to your area, and California has clearly laid out what those are. It does not require you to take into account incumbent residency. It does not require you to take into account existing districts. There are a multitude of traditional redistricting principles. Generally, the ones that are most relied upon are exactly the ones California identified, particularly in criteria number 4. Those are, but also compactness and contiguity. So you've got, California already considers those. Those are very strong. If you anchor yourselves to the California constitutional redistricting criteria, and do not allow race to predominate, outside of the degree to which it has to be considered for issues like Section 2, you will be fine.
Great, thank you. Was that helpful for you, Commissioner Sinai?
I'm going to keep focusing on just our 6 and the 2 additional ones at the end, because I've been very disappointed when I've heard, the redistricting community use traditional redistricting principles, because it is much broader than what we have in the state of California. But cities in California are using incumbents and other things. So I still, we've spent a lot of time talking about race and ethnicity culture, and you're not convincing me that ethnic enclaves are a community of interest, and they have much more there than just skin color. What we haven't discussed is the thinly veiled and unthinly veiled political party stuff we've gotten. So much of our communities of interest, if you dig a little deeper, and I don't know if we do that in closed session or what, but they're asking for political parties to be represented in a different way or in the same way. So I don't want us to just go down the rabbit hole, if that is what it is, about ethnic and race, but I'm more concerned about about being manipulated one way or another, and I know we're not, but around the political parties, because the main reason the Redistricting Commission was created in the state of California was to get around gerrymandering and political party power.
It's a really helpful reminder. I think we did have a fairly lengthy conversation about this last week as well. So I think that this is an ongoing piece that I'm sure we'll continue to kind of think and grapple with. I think, seeing no other hands, Jamie, I'm going to hand it back to you, and I think you're about ready to take us to another area of LA County.
Certainly, thank you so much. Next up, we are looking at the San Fernando Valley area. And just a couple visualizations here for you today. The first is San Fernando Valley. This is only including parts of the city of Los Angeles, with the exception of here along the LA Ventura County border. There's a couple unincorporated areas here. This is page 15 of the PDF. And the total population included in this visualization is 1,508,203. Next is same area, including Bell Canyon. This is on page 16 of the PDF. And the population represented in this area is 1,510,149. And then finally, this is on page 17 of the PDF. This is just because we've heard a couple different definitions of what San Fernando Valley is. This is the same area, including Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, and then other communities just north of those cities. And this area represents 2,035,709. And again, it's page 17. And these are the visualizations in the San Fernando Valley area.
Thanks so much for that, Jamie. Commissioners, comments, questions, ideas? Commissioner Ackman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reflection on how densely populated the LA area is. You know, we drew these visualizations as guesstimates before we had census data, and now looking back, it's wow. So thank you for these.
Yes, indeed. I think this is such a helpful first step at thinking about this first criteria of equal population and really getting a sense of the scope that we're working with. Commissioner Sinai.
So when looking at the San Fernando Valley, sorry, different valley. San Fernando Valley, I think I just had looked at Commissioner Ackman, I don't know. Anyway, not this one, but the visualization before, I forgot what number it was. Yes, to me, this one was, this one's a little more traditional of what I'm used to for San Fernando Valley. And it's basically two congressional districts was what this jumped out at me. And a question I had, if we're looking at this, I would ask for the next visualization to be kind of looking at splitting it east-west, so 405 to 5, and I think we got a lot of feedback on that, but I just wanted to kind of, that type of visualization. And then I was trying to figure out north-south, because we did hear a lot of the North Valley was more together than the South Valley, but I didn't know where the boundaries would be in north-south, and I didn't know if any of my commissioners would have a better idea of what the community felt that boundary was, if the LA leads knew. Thanks.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Commissioner Sinai, I heard the people who were talking about the north-south just a bit, but the Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, even Silmar going up north with Santa Clarita. And then that.
And Chatworth.
In Chatworth, correct. Yeah, that's what I heard, but again, I'm not from that area particularly. The visualization that I was hoping to see here is I see this and I see, okay, that's 3 assembly districts. Could we see a couple of visualizations to have this be, 3 assembly districts? Following, because we definitely had a lot of people give us portions that they were with. So I'd like to see, well, I'm not even going to get into the breakdown. And then just kind of looking over the difference here, I can't remember what page it was on, the other visualization, which includes the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge. That area over there appears also to be a congressional district. I mean, not congressional, assembly district in terms of population. I'd like to sort of see something like that.
Could I please ask a clarifying question? Would the direction be that in the absence of more specific direction, we could look at COI testimony and public input to create these visualizations?
Please.
Thank you.
Yes, that's exactly what I was hoping. And which included, which I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, the Hidden Hills over on the west. That was, some people said they definitely wanted that to be included in the San Fernando Valley. I believe that's.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and throw Bill Canyon in there because I guess you can't actually get to, again, we don't have the geography here, but Bill Canyon needs to be with the east because it can't actually get to the west, further west. So, thank you.
And I'll just, seeing no other hands, I'll insert myself here as well. I think here we're getting a better look at that area that I was suggesting in the last visualization, the 210 up to the 5 connecting into Santa Clarita. So that northern portion of the 210, I think I said 5 earlier, my apologies, Sylmar, Sunland, Tahunga, La Crescenta, Montrose, La Cañada, and then just down in that Altadena, Pasadena kind of area, you can see Pasadena kind of cuts in there, it looks like. That's where JPL lies. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess the notes that I made on I guess all of these maps here had to do more with I guess I'm thinking about Sylmar, Pacoima, Arleta, Foothill Trails, Sun Valley, Sunland, Tahunga, maybe even North Hollywood and Van Nuys. In some ways, I thought I heard one of the COI testimonies saying that, you know, despite some of the callers saying keep the San Fernando Valley together, there was at least a couple others that said that there is a difference in terms of I'd say both from a socioeconomic perspective and some other, you know, factors there. And so I guess when I think about if whether it's a Senate district like this 2 million one, you know, maybe it's a couple Senate districts, or if it's at least 3, maybe 4 assembly districts, I guess. I guess I need some help from our line drawers. What would be the best way to give direction in terms of visualizations if we were to remove not necessarily this map, but if you were to look at like it's the pink map, so it's the very first one, page 15 on the PDF. If you were to remove like Sylmar, San Fernando, Pacoima, Sun Valley, Foothill Trails, Sunland, Tahunga, and depending on what the numbers come down to, maybe even take out NoHo West, which is North Hollywood, and then Van Nuys, and then also all of the other, not actually just NoHo West and Van Nuys, maybe, but more starting with like the Sylmar, the San Fernando, Pacoima, Foothill Trails, Sun Valley, and Sunland, Tahunga. If you were to take that out, it'd be interesting to see what the visualization of that would be in terms of both numbers. It could bring it down to a congressional district number, possibly, I'm thinking.
Yeah, we can absolutely explore that visualization. Thank you.
And then also, just on another note, I think I made another note about I forgot what you called it, but it's the areas that would be like Malibu, as well as like that Ventura borderline area, which includes like Calabasas and others. I'll give you some other thoughts on that one then too.
We're headed there next.
Perfect.
Other thoughts from commissioners? I have a vague recollection that we had received communities of interest testimony, and I will go back and take a closer look at it, that the 405 is an important thoroughfare throughout that valley. And so it'd be really helpful to see exactly what that population differential is on the left and the right of the east and the west of the 405 as we continue to refine towards perhaps an assembly districts. But I agree with you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Yes, we had definitely heard some testimony saying we do not want to be with folks further to the west. And so I think if we could go back and find some of that, I'm sure it is all there in the database on our website, and we can take a closer look for some of those comments. Other commissioners with thoughts on this area? And if not, Jamie, back to you to keep us moving through LA County.
Thank you. Next, we just have one visualization that includes area in Ventura County, and Los Angeles County. Tamina tomorrow is going to have some more visualizations in this area. This visualization includes Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Agora Hills, Westlake Village, Thousand Oaks, Oak Park, Simi Valley, and Moore Park. This is on page 19 of the PDF. And the total population of this area is 392,698.
Commissioner Kutiga, did you have a, oh,
Yes, actually I did. I was thinking, did I have it up? So, I do have a comment on this one too, and a question and a request for a visualization. I think on this particular one, I would be interested in seeing an additional visualization that would include, West Hills, Bell Canyon, Hidden Hills, Santa Susana. And I don't know if it would bring it up to at least an assembly district. And then I was also thinking from a congressional district point of view to also expand it to include Camarillo, Somis, is it Somis that I saw on the map? Yeah, Somis or Somis, and then the Santa Rosa Valley, in addition to Bell Canyon, West Hills, Hidden Hills, Santa Susana. West Hills is next to Bell.
And don't split Camarillo.
Yes, and don't split Camarillo, but it would be, but that would be the dividing line, and then going further westward would be like Port Hueneme and Oxnard, El Rio, and then Ventura. That would be separate.
Right. Thank you.
I definitely agree with those directions that are being given. Other commissioners weigh in here? Jamie, was there more to take a look at in this area?
That is all in this area, and next we're heading down the coast of Los Angeles County. So one request for a visualization that we received was Malibu with coastal LA. So this is Malibu all the way down to Rancho Palos Verdes. And this area represents a total population of 591,246. This is on page 21 of the PDF. And I'm going to zoom in and move on to just a couple different visualizations that include this area of the coast. One moment, please. So we got the request of looking at South Bay, north of LAX, Santa Monica to El Segundo. And this visualization includes Culver City. And again, goes from Santa Monica to Playa, and it includes a total population of 369,415. This is page 22 of the PDF. And then I'm going to move south. So here's the South Bay area. It's, zoom in the wrong direction here. It's El Segundo, including City of Torrance, Lomita, Rancho Palos Verdes, everything in between, and is a total population of 380,824. And then one final one that it is sort of an inland. Oh, and that was page 23 of the PDF. This is inland South Bay, so this does have overlap with the visualization we were just looking at because they both include the City of Torrance. This area is Gardena, Carson, West Carson, and Torrance. And this is 350,690 people, and it's page 24 of the PDF.
Great, thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I have a lot of opinions about this now, so can we just go back up to the Malibu with coastal LA? It's the one on page 21 of the PDF. So one, I want to start by just saying Malibu is really different from Santa Monica on down. It's much more rural compared to the other parts. Anywhere from Santa Monica down is much more, I'm going to call it urban and developed, very dense. And so my thought is that Malibu is actually better to be removed so that then in terms of a number, it might get you to at least an assembly district for this coastal district. And that was just my thought on that particular map. I also want to comment then if you're looking at the next map that follows it, which is not the entire coast, but it is just that airport area. My thought on that particular one is to bring up the numbers so that you could at least get to an assembly district. It might be worthwhile to also consider adding El Segundo, and these are visualization requests. So I figure it might just be easier to just say it all at once, and then I'll say, visualization request, please. Okay, so on this one, I'd like to just suggest, or I would like to see El Segundo, possibly only because Santa Monica is included in it. I guess it's the Westwood Neighborhood Council. I just thought, I guess that's part of West LA, but I guess it would be Westwood Neighborhood Council, or what I see on the map as the Westwood Neighborhood Council. Yeah. And then this is, I guess maybe it must be an unincorporated area because I don't see it noted, but just right next to Santa Monica where you see kind of like that squiggly line, I think that's the Palisades. So I was just thinking if we could even include part of that with this map, it may get us up to at least an assembly district number. And if you still need more numbers, possibly, include Inglewood, but I don't know, that may or may not work, but it may be worth it only because Inglewood is so tied to the airport, to LAX.
Could I please repeat back the request?
Yes.
So for this visualization, include El Segundo, Westwood Neighborhood Council, parts of Palisades, and potentially Inglewood to make an assembly district sized visualization.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just go through all the maps on this
Or
one?
you can take turns.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Commissioner Sinai.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. We will come back to you. It looks like Commissioner Vasquez is next.
Yes, thank you. I was vibing with Commissioner Kutagawa's map, although I would like to see maybe two versions of that map, one including one without Inglewood. I do think I don't really consider Inglewood sort of part of this visualization, so I'd like to see what Commissioner Kutagawa made, but one without Inglewood.
Okay, was Jamie, is that clear?
Yes, thank you so much.
Others? Commissioner Vasquez, did you have another comment?
No, sorry, I'll lower my hand.
No problem, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. On Commissioner Kutagawa's one there, this one north of LAX, I would in this order in terms of it trying to add people, I'd go El Segundo, the Palisades part up north, then probably the Westwood area to see in terms of, and then yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think Inglewood is, I have no comment on that. But in terms of the, I'd add that area up north on the beach in El Segundo before I go inland.
Commissioner Sinai.
Sticking to this north of LAX, I wouldn't include Westwood because it's very, when you cross the 405, it becomes very different. So it is kind of a big, so I'm on the fence on Culver City. But if you looking at this one and kind of adding El Segundo, I would include Pali or Palisades, Pacific Palisades, and Bel Air. I mean, Bel Air and Palisades are kind of one in the same neighborhood to a certain extent. I don't know if that will get you there. And then I've got another one for South Bay, but I will share my share. I mean, allow others to share.
Commissioner Aquan. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Anderson, did you still have your hand raised or were you?
Sorry.
No worries.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarifying question for Commissioner Anderson and Sinai. Were those requests for visualizations?
I'll jump in. Mine was to complement what Commissioner Kutagawa she's trying to add more areas to get population. I'd go El Segundo, the Palisades area, then if you had to go into Westwood, but I would not. I agree with what Commissioner Sinai said.
Yes, my request was for visualization.
Thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Ahmed. Yes, please, both for the line drawing team and staff that are taking notes, be as clear as possible when you're asking for visualization for next week. Others want to chime in on this this area? Commissioner Sinai?
Are we ready to go south or staying on this on the South Bay, the other
We're
map on the South
looking
Bay?
for final comments, and so you raised your hand. So is your comment about this area?
No.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I just realized, I see Palms also in there next to Culver City, and they're pretty closely tied. So could there be one additional visualization of Palms included and Palms not included? I don't know whether that will make some differences in terms of the numbers. And perhaps, is it possible or is it appropriate to also give instructions that allow the line drawers to make a call in terms of getting to, at least in this particular case, an assembly-sized district?
I think that's a reasonable request. I see Jamie nodding her head that asking the line drawers to rely on perhaps COI input and best judgment to get to some assembly districts. That makes sense. I'm going in order of hands raised here. We're continuing this conversation in this region. Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, actually thinking about what I've heard for visualization for this particular area, if I could see a map that uses the 405 as a west boundary, I think that's a really important boundary. Things do change really quickly once you go under the 405.
And so just to be clear, maybe Jamie has additional questions there, but from my vantage point, what you're suggesting cutting Culver City.
Yes, cutting Culver City and also that pretty perfectly square box within Palms. Although I know that's actually pretty suburban and high income. So I still think I would like to see the 405 as a dividing line.
Okay, and then would that be continuing down further south?
Yes.
With the Del Air, et cetera. Yeah, okay. Was that clear?
Yeah, that's very clear. Thank you so much. And I think that this is part of the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council boundaries and definitely can follow the 405 absolutely for this visualization. Thank you.
That sounds great. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Could the line drawers, as they do this, could you give us the different populations? So, like, we're having the north of LAX, we have this, the 364,000. Then plus El Segundo is X, plus, even if you need to have, El Segundo has this population. Pacific Palisades has this population. That area, Palmdale, has X, Culver City. So we can actually then, as you come back around, go, oh, then we'll, we can all go, yes, add these three, don't add those. If you could kind of give us those numbers in those visualizations, please.
That's absolutely something that during live line drawing we'll have access to. And I think for the visualizations, we can show kind of what's on the map now. Like this is, and per direction that we got earlier, I think we would probably switch to percent deviation for that and saying this is, if we include Palisades and Westwood and El Segundo, then this is X percent deviation.
Great. Actually, I guess what I'm asking for is a step by step, so we can really go, got it.
Yeah, we'll absolutely create
Perfect.
all of these visualizations, and then we could then do exactly what you're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other final comments, questions, requests for visualizations in this region? If not, Jamie, back to you.
Thank you. Next, we had sort of the South Bay area. See a couple hands.
Do we want to start with comments, or why don't we start with comments? Commissioner Sinai.
Go ahead and go with Commissioner Kutagawa first. I'm trying to understand my note.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right. I think on this particular one, again, I'm looking at the numbers. So some thoughts. I think it would be helpful to add Hawthorne as well as Lawndale, Gardena, and see where we get to in terms of a potential assembly district with those cities. Typically, from a South Bay perspective, Gardena and Hawthorne are usually included as part of the kind of the South Bay definition. However, if we do need to pick up some additional population, Dominguez Hills, which is seen as Rancho Dominguez, and Carson, maybe some options. What are those two little strips right there? Is that?
This is West Carson, and then this is part of Harbor Gateway Neighborhood Council of City of Los Angeles.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And then right here, kind of in between that and 110 is West Carson.
Oh, okay. I guess I always thought that it was just one, it was Carson was one. Okay, that's interesting to know. Okay, then if that were the case, then maybe then pick up part of Harbor Gateway as well as maybe West Carson, and then see if you need to go into Carson to pick up additional population for potentially an assembly district. If you pick up all of Carson, would you be able to get to a place where we would even have a congressional district? So maybe we could see a couple iterations of that.
So if I may just repeat back the direction, it's from this visualization, potentially removing El Segundo, which was potentially going in.
No.
Okay.
Keep El Segundo in there.
Okay.
Add Hawthorne.
Sure. So add Hawthorne, Lawndale, Gardena.
And that would be one.
And that's one. And then Harbor Gateway South and West Carson would be another one.
And potentially, if you
Parts
need
of
to,
Carson.
also add Rancho Dominguez.
Thank you.
As well as Carson, if you need additional. That would be a call on your part.
Thank you.
That would be for a potential congressional district. I know it's going to well exceed the assembly district. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And on that second one, where it's the potential assembly district, if you add Carson and if you're finding that you're over in terms of the congressional district numbers, an option would be to remove Lomita from that second visualization.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thanks. I know why I was confused. I was looking at the other South Bay one, the page 21. I don't know if we want to wait to do that one because it's a mix of this one and the one before it. Is that page 21? I was thinking the one that went from Malibu all the way down the whole coast.
Thank you. I apologize. I don't have the PDF.
No, it's okay. So it's kind of built, I agree with what Commissioner Akutagawa said earlier, that Malibu probably doesn't fit in here. So my visualization would be to take Malibu out, but add, Lomita's always been part of South Bay. Having grown up in South Bay, we definitely feel like, Lomita and Torrance are so connected. But for this visualization, I was thinking of adding Lomita, Culver, I put Culver West. Is there a Culver West and a Culver East?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, not to my, I think it was just Culver.
Okay.
And then Mar Vista.
Thank you. So from this visualization, remove Malibu, include Mar Vista and Culver and Lomita.
Is that making sense? I'm trying to figure out where
Yes.
Culver is right now.
This area is Culver.
Okay, and then so Culver all the way into Marina, whatever else
Yes.
is there. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't be more clear.
Commissioner Custero? Commissioner Custero, you had your hand raised. Did you have another comment?
I had forgotten to take it down, but I guess if I could just respond to Commissioner Sinai, I guess I was thinking Lomita, I usually associate it more with San Pedro. So that's why I was thinking, you could take it out. It's right. I mean, they're all next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the movie there. That's where we did a lot of our stuff.
And I think these are some of the conversations, especially as we get closer to really defining the districts themselves, right? These are some of the pieces that adding, subtracting might make a huge difference in terms of our population targets. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I'm just curious. I know these were visualizations that we had asked for, but has there been any sort of comparison of this to the communities of interest input that we have received? Because I also think that is very important, because if we're relying solely on commissioners, that gets a little bit dangerous. So
yeah,
that was my question.
Thank you for your question. For these visualizations, if the ask was very specific, then we went with that. We went with, exactly what was asked for. And then in areas where it was maybe a little bit more general or less specific, then we really relied heavily on COI input. And generally public input, even if there wasn't a specific COI associated.
So just a follow-up. So if the ask was very specific, you went with that. But what if that conflicts with some of the communities of interest information that we received? I guess I'm trying to figure out how we would look at that piece.
Yeah, we can absolutely flag that for you for future visualization sessions.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I was actually going to go on to the San Pedro Harbor area. And so I don't know, is that a good time to do that? Oh, I'm hearing there's another map that has that in it. I thought it was just.
There's the
went down-
inland South Bay one. I think we didn't, I don't know.
Yeah, but no, I'd actually, because I remember hearing very specifically from, the port right through, the San Pedro, exactly, Wilmington, and up through the Harbor Gateway area. If you need more people, go up, that's where you get the Harbor Gateway, West Carson, even up to maybe Gardena is, kind of essentially filling in that niche between sort of the Long Beach and the South Bay, I guess you call that.
So Commissioner Anderson, is that a request for visualization of that Harbor Gateway area? I think we got a bunch of testimony in after we gave direction on these visualizations, which is why it probably doesn't exist yet.
It is a request for a visualization of that, please.
Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Sinai, I'd seen a hand, so I just wanted to see if you wanted to go back.
I put my hand down because I was going to say exactly what you just said, that we had asked the community, please send us your community of interest because we hadn't heard from that area.
Perfect. Great, thank you. Any others in this region?
Long Beach.
Yeah, Long Beach it is. Jamie, you want to walk us through Long Beach?
Yep, so for this area, we just had one request, which was Long Beach whole. And also the Signal Hill area is completely surrounded by Long Beach. So this is Long Beach plus Signal Hill. This is a total population of 482,257. This is page 26 of the PDF.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. On Long Beach, we were also asked, and we got a community of interest that said, yes, we support this. We did hear that Signal Hill did want to be part of the Long Beach, but we also got a request for Catalina because they're the same school district. Catalina is an interesting point of, what was the word that you used, Commissioner Yee? If it's an island and it's not a bridge. Water crossing, because Catalina is water. The water crossing comes from San Pedro, Long Beach, and Point Loma. I mean, not Point Loma, Dana Point. But Long Beach had the same school district with Catalina, so they asked to be put with Catalina. And then there was those two little small cities, and I couldn't remember. I tried to find them, but I couldn't find them that also wanted to be with Long Beach. I think it was Rosemore and Los Alamitos, but I may be wrong. But someone had sent in a community of interest, a comment saying, we heard that, and yes, we would add them in with us. But I don't know if someone can, guess I can look it up, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would like a visualization that includes Long Beach along with Catalina. And if we could double check if it was the two that I just said, now that my notes went somewhere else.
I do believe that that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I request a visualization with all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think it's Rossmore and Los Alamitos. And I think I did hear it, although I've also heard conflicting other testimony that they wanted to be elsewhere too. So I was going to also suggest, in addition to, looking at the numbers, for example, one option is, I know it's close to the Assembly District number, but to perhaps add more, one option is to add potentially Wilmington, and this gets to what Commissioner Anderson was asking about, is some of the actual Port of LA cities. So perhaps for the line drawing team, the visualization that I'm requesting, and again, this is also, I think, depending on what the numbers are, Wilmington, potentially, I don't know what the numbers are going to be. So Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita, Harbor, actually, yeah, maybe Wilmington for the Assembly District, and then a second visualization that I'd like to request from a congressional district perspective is to add Carson, Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita, Harbor Gateway, Harbor City, and West Carson. So that's that entire 710 corridor and the Port of San Pedro, or actually not 710, I'm sorry, the 110 corridor, and then all of the Port of LA cities that surround it. That would just be I'm just thinking about, would that be enough population for potentially a congressional district? I did also hear the Rossmore and the Los Alamitos. I also heard Lakewood too, because I think Lakewood and Long Beach also, some parts of it also share a school district as well too. So perhaps in addition to Commissioner Sanai's visualization, I'd like to add a second visualization of the Long Beach, Signal Hill, Rossmore, Los Al, and Lakewood.
I would agree with that myself as well. Anyone else want to jump in here on the Long Beach train?
Linda, without Catalina.
I would just leave it up to how the numbers are going to be, but they are going to have to go somewhere. I mean, and not in a bad way, but I know that they not only come out, one in Long Beach is a main area for the boats to Catalina. Also, Newport Harbor is also another big area where, and Dana Point, there are boats that come out of. And San Pedro, yes. Yes. So to your question, yes, it would be best to include them. That would probably make the most sense.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm thinking where Commissioner Kutagawa was going congressional, I'm thinking Senate. And in terms of putting that, the coastal San Pedro up through the Harbor Gateway, all of Carson, with the Long Beach, including if they needed, yes, add Lakewood, yes, add Rossmore, Alamitos, Los Alamitos. I kind of like, if they have the same school district, that does make me want to think Catalina would be with Long Beach. And I'd be very interested to hear what people in Catalina are thinking. So, but I think I'd consider, let's kind of look at that in terms of, are those two assembly districts we could make into a Senate or into a Senate district. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So a lot to think about and contemplate here in Long Beach. Certainly, we've heard a lot of desires to keep the city together, but how to do that given the target populations, I think, is the key piece here. Anyone else want to jump in on the Long Beach conversation? If not, Jamie, I'll hand it back to you to keep us moving.
Thank you. Now we're going to look at a couple of visualizations in the city of Los Angeles.
And Jamie, I'll just actually jump in to let you know, we are actually up against a break in about 10 minutes. So we'll get started here and then we might have some more of this conversation when we get back.
So first, it's page 28 of the PDF. It's just the El Sereno area. This visualization includes the total population of 39,253. And it is included in this larger visualization. This is called Northeast LA. It's page 29 of the PDF, and this visualization includes a total population of 897,957. And if there is discussion about this area, this would be a good pause, because these are the two visualizations that were requested in this area of City of Los Angeles.
Commissioner Fornashari.
So where is like downtown LA in this picture?
This is downtown LA.
Okay, like where the Los Angeles is like Dodger Stadium there or something like that? It's, that's the only thing I know is where the baseball stadium is from Derek's picture.
Yeah, I think Dodger Stadium is a little bit further north than that, but I don't know. We can better locate it on this map. Commissioner Kutagawa.
So this comment is thinking more along the lines of if this were a congressional district. If it were, my suggestion I would like to see a visualization that would remove Eagle Rock, Glassell Park, Highland Park, Silver Lake, and if needed, Hollywood.
Okay.
Although, maybe I should clarify. Actually, I know it includes East Hollywood, and I'm pretty sure, it's hard to see from this map, but it could include Ty-Town, so that could be okay as it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, this is my hood, everyone. I don't have a visualization yet. I just wanted to name that many of these areas are rapidly changing demographically, particularly as it relates to race and ethnicity. So I think the problems of gentrification in all of these areas is extremely relevant. And to that end, I think I'm not sure where to put places like East Los Angeles. I'm thinking portions of Highland Park. So for me, I don't have a visualization, but I think I really need to see CVAP data to do any further work in this particular area, because it's just, for me, one of the places where things can really go sideways for historically marginalized populations.
I see Jamie waving her hand there. Jamie, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can tell the current percent CVAP breakdown of this visualization, if that is helpful.
Yes, it would be helpful.
One moment, please. So let me get this out of your way here. So for this visualization, here we go. And I'm sorry, I can't make it green again on the screen while pulling up this data for you, but the percent Latino CVAP is 50.94%. The percent Black CVAP is 6.37%. The percent Asian CVAP is 18.53%. The percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.58%. Percent white CVAP is 22.74%.
Great, thank you for that, Jamie. Commissioner Kutiko, did you have another comment that you wanted to make here, or do you want to wait for others to have a chance?
Yeah, sorry, I will put my hand down.
Oh, no worries. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I wondered, Commissioner Vasquez, can you, or maybe another one of the commissioners, remind us or talk about Eagle Rock and Glassell Park? I'm interested in knowing just a little bit about those. Do we have comments from them, or what is that geography, or what is that community like?
happy to talk about it too. But Commissioner Vasquez, do you want to jump in and respond?
You can go first. I don't spend a lot of time north of Highland Park, so I'm a little less familiar with those areas.
Got it. I mean, I can talk a little bit about Eagle Rock, which I lived in Glendale for many years, and as the two are fairly well connected, though Eagle Rock is a part of the city of Los Angeles, whereas Glendale is a suburb. But there's a lot of crossover, I would say, especially between South Glendale and Eagle Rock areas. You know, it's a very fun neighborhood. There's a lot of yoga studios and restaurants and things like that. At the same time, I don't know what the CVAP data is for the Latino community, but I would imagine fairly high and transitioning. I think that's one of the things that Commissioner Vasquez mentioned. Also a large Filipino community in that area of Eagle Rock. So definitely some diversity in terms of the different kinds of folks that are living in that area. That's kind of what I know about Eagle Rock as a person that hangs out there fairly often.
Thank you. So with that, I was wondering on a visualization what it would look like to remove Eagle Rock and Glassell Park, and maybe, what is that, Herman? I wondered if it would, to remove them and perhaps go down a little bit, please, on the map. And add in, can I see West Adams, South Central area included as a visualization? Thank you.
Commissioner Turner, was that the end of your comment? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Commissioner Sinai.
I would say this one was a really hard. There's a few in this area, you know, along the 5 and the 110 and the 10, that I just find difficult to ask for visualization until after we get the VRA information, because I think a lot of these neighborhoods are really going to be influenced, or what we can do will be influenced by the VRA. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that I'm not sure if it makes sense for us to spend have our line drawers spend a lot of time visualizing when the VRA is going to influence this area.
Great, thank you for that. I put my own hand up so that I can be in the queue to make a comment here too. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I guess I'll just say, in some ways, this is my hood too, because this is where I grew up. This is where I work. My office is located here. So for me, my familiarity is really that historic cultural neighborhood council area that you see down there. That's where the arts district is, downtown LA. It is a rapidly changing place. And for a lot of the Japanese community, but also the Chinatown community, it is an issue of gentrification. I mean, Silver Lake is already changed so much, and I would actually exclude Silver Lake from this visualization because they're similar in terms of their kind of, I guess, their characteristics as more Glassell Park and Eagle Rock, a little bit more homeowners, homes. The yoga studios are definitely there, high-end restaurants, the trendy restaurants. But definitely very much a city kind of place. But in terms of its kind of commonality with some of the other areas, I think it would be interesting to see what Commissioner Turner was asking about down where the 10 and the 110 meet. That's the USC area. That's been traditionally, I'll say, is historic Black community. However, that too is also changing quite a bit because USC is making a lot of moves to rebuild and gentrify the areas as well too. So I'm sure that there could be, and there probably is, a lot of conversations amongst communities. It would be an interesting combination of Asian, Black, and Latino communities. East LA is kind of a weird one for me because it shares characteristics of Boyle Heights, but Boyle Heights, in a way, is also a very traditional but also historic Latino community. A little bit different from East LA in its vibe and the community there as well too. So perhaps from a visualization, if Commissioner Turner, if you don't mind, if we could also add Silver Lake to your remove that, it doesn't really, so. And I think it was mentioned that historic Filipino town in that area that says Rampart District, or I don't think you see it on this map, but on another map it said Rampart area. It's along the 101 corridor, kind of up above where it says Koreatown. And so not in the East Hollywood, further down, like where it says Westlake North, Koreatown Neighborhood Council. Up above there is kind of the historic Filipino town area as well too. So you have multiple Asian communities all along that area. And then you also have both Latino and Asian communities that tend to be your immigrant workforce individuals that live in the Lincoln Heights area as well too. So it's a extremely diverse area. So just thought I'd mention that about. Oh, and what is LA-32 Neighborhood Council? Because I was like, I've never. That may be the name they gave themselves, but I don't know what area exactly. I can't see on the map. If I see the streets, I'll know, but just from that map.
I think this is part of what a lot of people would consider El Sereno.
Oh.
So here's like Soto.
Oh, okay.
710.
Yes. Yeah, definitely should be kept in with the other areas, yes. That's where the hospital is too, General Hospital, so CAC now.
Thank you.
Cal State LA is in there as well, in that area. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, agreeing that I think for a visualization, removing Eagle Rock, Glassell Park, Silver Lake, I think, and trying to move south per Commissioner Turner's recommendation is good. I will say that the CVAP for the area of this visualization for Latinx folks of 50 point something or other seems pretty low considering sort of how I view this community as a whole. And so I think hopefully that may sort of, I'm trying to include more communities of interest, which I think hopefully we can get to by going south and eliminating some of the stuff in the north and in further west.
Thank you for that. I'll jump in and add my own comments here. A couple thoughts. One, I don't think, besides San Fernando Valley, I don't think we've seen any visualizations that look at further up the map, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, in this conversation of removing Eagle Rock, Glassell Park. I'd be curious to take a closer look at population of linking Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Eagle Rock, possibly Glassell Park, South Pass. I think once we get into Pasadena, South Pass, San Marino, then we're starting to get into the San Gabriel Valley. So we'll figure out that piece of it. But I would be curious to see a visualization and take a look at what kind of population we're looking at in that area. When we come back down, I mean, looking at this and knowing these neighborhoods, I think this is the knot that we've been talking about in Los Angeles that has to be worked out. I'm thinking also about some of the testimony that we've received from the LGBTQ community about some of their communities, being based in that Silver Lake, Hollywood kind of area. So I just want to remind ourselves and maybe go back to some of that testimony that we've received. And then when I think about K-Town, Koreatown, and downtown LA, I think about those as two distinct areas. You know, and I'm wondering, I'm trying to think about variations that we can do, and I'm thinking out loud here. So the first one was direction, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Eagle Rock, see how much we get to with South Pass San Marino. These other areas, I'm thinking out loud about various transportation corridors. I'm almost wondering if rather than using freeways in this area, thinking about some of the more local streets, like to go from downtown LA to K-Town, if I'm thinking about like going Wilshire Boulevard or 3rd, you begin to see a real changeover as you pass through MacArthur Park. And I would have to look more closely at some of those streets past the UCLA Labor Center, et cetera. And then you kind of move into Koreatown. And I would want to see Koreatown taken out of this just as something that for us to look at and think about as well. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up because I realized as I was looking at the map, I forgot to mention Koreatown too. I would advocate actually for then another visualization where Silver Lake, LaSalle Park, Eagle Rock, I'm kind of iffy on Highland Park. I think there are parts that the closer you get to Eagle Rock where it's a little bit more, I'm going to say affluent. But if taking out also East Los Angeles and then as it currently stands right now, moving it a little bit more westward and including the entirety of Koreatown, which would be all of the area called Wilshire Center Neighborhood Council and also Olympic Park. And I think that line where it intersects between Greater Wilshire and then the next Neighborhood Council, I forgot what, can you move over? Yeah, Midwest. I think that must be what, is that like?
This is, La Brea.
La Brea, yeah, I was going to say, okay, what about the one on the other side of, the La Brea. Yeah, La Brea is kind of like the dividing line. And then I think to what Commissioner Sadwani said, the red line runs, I believe, right through that middle part of Wilshire Boulevard, along Wilshire Boulevard out to Santa Monica. So there is also a transportation corridor along that Wilshire Center, but I think before you get to La Brea, there is a similar type of community of, more working class folks that you could see once you cross La Brea becomes a very different kind of neighborhood.
All right. So I think we have lots of thoughts in this area, and my apologies. I'm failing as a chair here because we totally blew past our time for a break, and my sincere apologies to staff and contractors for that. With that, let's pause. We will come back. We're going to actually take our lunch break here. So we had said 45 minutes. Why don't we take 50 since we're a little over time here, and we will come back at 5:15. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are going to continue on with the visualization for Los Angeles County, Zone H. And with that, can we hear from the line drawers? I believe Jamie's going to...
Hi, yes, I'm going to start sharing my screen. I am sharing my screen. Excellent. So when we left off, we were here in sort of northeast city of Los Angeles, and unless there is additional direction for visualizations for next week, then we can move on to central Los Angeles. And I'll go on video too. I will move on. So for this visualization, it's called Central LA. It's like mid-city, West Adams, out to La Cienega, and the total population of this visualization is 103,921.
And Jamie, just for, this was one that you showed us early on, right?
No, we
It wasn't
haven't-
the one that you
we
showed us
haven't seen this one
early
yet.
on?
We haven't seen this one yet.
Oh, okay. I thought it was one of the ones that you showed us in terms of in coordination with the VRA.
Oh, no, this is just a different visualization than that. And from here on, it's all new visualizations that were not developed in collaboration with the VRA Council. And this is number 31, page 31 on the PDF.
Hearing no comments, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one we got a preview of. This is the Koreatown visualization. This is based off of, this definition is from public input, like publicly defined geography in terms of what Koreatown is, where Koreatown is. This includes 141,040 people.
Any comments on this map for Koreatown? Commissioner Fornashari?
Does it include all of the Wilshire Koreatown Neighborhood Council? Or does that continue up to the north a little bit?
This, let me turn the layer off. 1 second, we can take a look. The neighborhood council does go all the way north. And this does not.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll zoom in. This, the definition here goes to Beverly Boulevard is the northern boundary, and then this is Hollywood Freeway.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Sinai.
This was based on what a COI, right? The boundaries that we put here versus what the LA, whoever does the neighborhood council.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So this is the example that was given to us way at the beginning when we first got on the commission, that you can ask thousands of people the boundaries of Koreatown, and it looks different each time.
This is a precise example of that, yeah.
Question for Commissioner Fornashari. Did you want to give direction on Koreatown, or are you just asking a question?
No, I was just asking, just curious.
Seeing no other hands raised, let's move on to the next map.
Thank you. Now we are leaving City of Los Angeles. This is the Southgate area visualization that was requested. It includes Vernon, Maywood, Bell Gardens, Huntington Park, Florence Firestone, Watts Neighborhood Council, and Southgate. This is page number 36 on the PDF. And this visualization represents 390,510 people.
Can we get the CVA for this?
Yes.
Citizen voting
1 moment,
age.
please. So for this visualization, the Latinx CVAP is 88.75%. Black CVAP is 6.54%. Asian CVAP is 0.65%. Indigenous CVAP would be 0.14%, and the white CVAP would be 3.52%.
Thank you. Any questions on this map? I see Commissioner Fernandez, then Kutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. So on this one, if I understood you correctly, Jamie, it's the Latino is 88.75? Is that what you said?
Let me pull it up one more time.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Right.
Thank you for that question. It's 88.75%.
Okay, so that seems to be rather high for that area, so, yeah. Okay, I just wanted to get the clarification so I can think of different visualizations for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Again, looking at the numbers from an assembly perspective, I would be interested in seeing a visualization that would include Commerce, Linwood, and possibly Paramount.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to see a visualization with Commerce and East Los Angeles added.
Thank you.
Ms. McDonald, did you have a comment?
Thank you.
Your hand is raised.
I apologize.
No worries. If there are no other questions, we'll move on to the next map. Oh, did I see a question over there? Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
This may be out. Well, I would like to see Watts be removed from this one and added with Compton. You know, obviously Willowbrook, Carson, kind of Wilmington. This is hard now. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me not have a visualization because I think until, this is another area that until we kind of have more understanding of the VRA, because it'll be difficult.
So you're withdrawing your visualization or your direction?
Okay, this is what I'd like to do, is get a visualization with Inglewood, from Inglewood to Watts to Compton, you know, and kind of everything in there, and Hawthorne. Yeah, exactly, if that's possible, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Ahmed?
Sorry, pass.
No worries. If saying no other, Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah. Actually, if you don't mind, can we go back up to it was the City of LA map. It is on page number 31 that had West Adams and Mid-City. And I'd like to see a visualization that includes that particular COI, but also incorporating in the Empowerment Congress neighborhood councils, which is north, it looks like northwest and central, as well as south central, Zapata King, and then View Park, Windsor Hills, and Ladera Heights, all in one visualization for that area. And then I think that also then butts up to what Commissioner Sinai was also mentioning. Actually, I will give a suggested COI to potentially look at. I would agree that perhaps looking at, it would be helpful to see Florence Graham, Neighborhood Council, Watts, Linwood, Willowbrook, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez, Harbor Gateway, Gardena, Hawthorne, Lenox, and Inglewood, along with Empowerment Congress Southeast area as well in that larger area there.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to the next map. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani, or Chair Sadwani, to take over.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo, and my apologies to all. I think the rain gods are watching over our process tonight because it's raining in LA. That doesn't happen too often, and with rain comes traffic, so my apologies for my tardiness. Jamie, you want to take it away?
Thank you. This visualization is on page 37 of the PDF. This is Gateway, it's named, and it includes the entire cities of Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, Bellflower, Artesia, and Cerritos. And this area represents a total population of 383,312 people.
Great. Commissioner Toledo.
Can we have the citizens' voting age ratios for this?
One moment, please. Oop. For this visualization, the percent Latinx CVAP is 53.93%. Percent Black CVAP is 7.75%. Percent Asian CVAP is 19.29%. The percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.4%, and the percent White CVAP is 17.69%.
Thank you.
Great. Any additional comment, Commissioner Toledo?
No, I believe Commissioner Akutagawa has her hand raised.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you. I do have a request for a visualization on this one. It would be to remove Cerritos and Artesia from this visualization, and then to add the following: Paramount, Lakewood, Pico Rivera, and then that would be one that may get us up to around an assembly district number potentially. And again, I'm going to leave this up to the discretion of the line drawers to achieve potentially additional numbers for either an assembly district or potentially, I'm not sure how much the numbers are going to look like, but to include West and South Whittier, as well as Whittier, the city of Whittier.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. I'd like to see a visualization adding Paramount and Linwood to this visualization, because I think they were not included in the one that we saw just previously that had Southgate, Bell Gardens, Bell, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any additional comments on this one? Jamie?
Moving on to visualization that was requested showing Montebello, Pico Rivera, and Whittier together. This visualization represents a total population of 213,863.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you. On this one, I would like to see a visualization that includes East LA, Commerce, Rose Hills, West and South Whittier, Santa Fe Springs, and possibly, if we need to, again, the discretion, I would say add possibly Downey, and then after that, possibly Norwalk.
Thank you.
I would agree with those directions. Anyone else want to weigh in on this one? Jamie?
Thank you. Next, there are sort of a series of visualizations for the Walnut Diamond Bar area. This is Walnut, Diamond Bar, and Industry. The Walnut and Diamond are split by industry, and this is just the boundaries of the city of Industry. So this visualization is on page 42 of the PDF and includes a total population of 83,945. Next up was a request for Walnut and Diamond Bar to be with Chino Hills. This is page 43 in the PDF. This includes a total population of 162,490. Moving on, this is Diamond Bar, Industry, Walnut, and West Covina. This is page 44 of the PDF and includes a total population of 193,801. And last one for this more immediate area, it's Walnut, Industry, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, and West Covina. This includes a total population of 296,487. This is page 45 of the PDF. And those are all of the visualizations for this area.
Thank you for that, Jamie. I know we received several pieces of public comment on this area, but I'll allow commissioners to jump in and weigh in. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Could I see, I'd like to see a visualization with Walnut, Diamond Bar, Chino Hills, Industry, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, and La Habra Heights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Toledo.
I was just wondering if we took a look at the visualization on page 46. I don't remember if we saw that one, because it seems to be the same area.
One moment, please. Oh, pardon me. Didn't mean to skip this one. This is Baldwin Hills, West Covina, Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Industry, La Puente, Puente Valley, Belinda, Baldwin Park, if I didn't name that one off yet. And this represents a total population of 431,991.
Follow up to that, can we get the citizen voting age population for this area?
Yeah, one moment, please. So the percent Latinx citizen voting age population for this visualization is 51.38%. It's 3.41% Black citizen voting age population, 32.45% Asian citizen voting age population, 0.25% Indigenous citizen voting age population, and for white citizen voting age population, it's 11.76%.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jamie. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I have two visualizations that I'm going to request out of this particular one. First visualization is to remove Baldwin Park and West Covina from this and to add Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, and depending on what the numbers may be, either for, most likely an assembly district. I don't think it's going to be enough to get up to a congressional district, but an assembly district. If you need to add Whittier, just the city of Whittier.
Thank you.
Then the second visualization is to keep it as is, but to remove Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, and the South San Jose Hills. And then also add El Monte, North El Monte, Irwindale, Vincent, and Covina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I think if I could see a visualization that looks like what's currently displayed with the addition of Hacienda Heights.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I was wanting to see a visualization along the lines of what Commissioner Kutagawa's last one, but including South El Monte as well. So I think that was what's on the screen, minus Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, and Industry. And so it would be West Covina, Valinda, La Puente, Avocado Heights, Baldwin Park, El Monte, South El Monte, and Irwindale.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I'll insert myself here. I'm wondering if we can go back to the previous visualization in green on page 45 of the documents. Thank you so much. And Jamie, do you have the CVAP for this visualization?
One moment, please. For this visualization, the percent Latinx CVAP is 36.13%. For Black CVAP, 3.93%. For Asian CVAP, 43%. Indigenous CVAP would be 0.28%, and the percent white CVAP is 17.78%.
Great, thank you. So I think I would just take this, and I believe Commissioner Kennedy already provided some additional direction here, but I would like to see this one to include portions potentially of Whittier, La Habra Heights, and Chino Hills.
Thank you.
Other commissioners want to weigh in on this area? All right, Jamie, I'll hand it back to you.
One moment. Okay, moving on to Pomona Valley area. We just had one visualization request from last time. This is cities of Pomona, Claremont, Montclair, Upland, and Ontario. This represents a total population of 484,345, and it's page number 48 on the handout.
Commissioner Sinai.
Is the white area unincorporated area that's below Montclair?
That's unincorporated area.
I'm not sure what freeway that is that's kind of going across Ontario and Pomona by the white area. But could we have a visual? Okay, we don't want to split Chino. Okay, could we have a visualization that would include the unincorporated areas?
Yes.
So the same one, but including the unincorporated area.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Could we have a visualization based on this, adding Chino, Rancho Cucamonga, and San Antonio Heights, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you want the unincorporated areas as well that are between Chino and Pomona and Ontario?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Sinai, do you have another comment? No. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I would build on what Commissioner Kennedy just asked for. So the current visualization, including what he requested, Rancho Cucamonga, and I think he also asked for Chino. I would also ask for one that would add San Dimas and Laverne, and to see whether or not that would actually create a congressional district along those foothills. Also, additionally, a second visualization that would be San Dimas, Laverne, with the current visualization, and also San Antonio Heights and Rancho Cucamonga. So basically excluding Chino
Thank you.
from the second visualization. Thank you.
Great. I would agree with that as well. Others who might want to weigh in on this crossover district between LA County and San Bernardino? Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? No. Okay, Jamie, I think we can keep moving.
Thank you. So next we're moving to the 210 corridor. And we got direction for visualizations of the whole 210 corridor. I'm going to display that on the map right now. This is from Altadena all the way to Claremont. The total population of the area represented in this visualization is 536,088. We also got a direction to make two districts, or two visualizations, excuse me, along this corridor. So this is labeled as Central San Gabriel Valley. It's page number 54 of the PDF. This is Monrovia, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Rosemead, Monterey Park, South El Monte, Avocado Heights, West Puente Valley, Baldwin Park, etc. These areas here. And this represents a total population of 652,936. Another visualization along 210 corridor. This is Azusa, Glendora, San Dimas, out to Claremont, including Covina, West Covina. This area visualization on page 52 of the PDF, and this represents a total population of 513,274. 413,274. And last but not least, this is our last visualization that was requested. This is on page 51 of the PDF, and this is the whole 210 corridor from Altadena to Claremont, including Irwindale, and includes the Angeles National Forest area, and this represents a total population of 546,590.
Great, thank you for that, Jamie. And Commissioner Kennedy, and my apologies, I saw you, I just wanted to let Jamie finish that presentation. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Well, actually, it's timely because I'd like to see exactly this minus Pasadena and Altadena.
Thank you.
And San Pasqual. Thank you.
Minus, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was wondering if we can get the CVAP data for this visualization.
One moment. For this visualization, the percent Latinx CVAP is 29.26% citizen voting age population. also is 7.75% Black citizen voting age population, 17.78% Asian citizen voting age population, 0.58% Indigenous citizen voting age population, and 43.55% white citizen voting age population.
Great, thank you for that, Jamie. Commissioner Toledo, any follow-up?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Kutagawa.
On this map, I actually recall hearing COI testimony about extending out the district further along those foothills. So one visualization would be adding La Cañada Flint Ridge and La Crescenta and the mountains, of the Angeles Mountains that extend up into that area. And then I'm going to just say this to the line drawers. In terms of being able to reach a number that could be an appropriate congressional district with the addition of those two cities, perhaps going into that little tip of Glendale above the 210 and into the Sunland Tujunga area. I recall that there was COI testimony that said that the foothills from that area all the way across to Claremont is a community of interest. So I'd be interested in seeing a visualization on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just to clarify, when I was asking for a visualization that excluded Pasadena and Altadena from this, I would also exclude the portions of the national forest that are immediately adjacent to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. So this came based on a vision. I had a vision, a visualization with Altadena, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and Burbank. And I might have missed the city in there. I guess Montrose and So if I could have a visualization with that, please.
Thank you.
A lot of action on my hometown. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sorry, I thought Commissioner Kennedy was asking for a map that excluded the mountains and also excluded Pasadena. There is a similar map to what he's asking for, which is on PDF page 50, which is just hugs the coast, the foothills. And I can't remember if you presented that.
Yes, and if I could clarify with Commissioner Kennedy, you wanted to include the mountains north of this area, but not include the mountains. So basically, it was like this minus Altadena, Pasadena, San Pascal, and not including the mountains north of those areas.
Not including the mountains adjacent to Altadena. I would have
Yes.
the mountains adjacent to Sierra Madre, Monrovia,
Right.
et cetera, all the way to Claremont. Yes, thank you.
So, right. So just kind of this, but discluding the area I'm circling with the hand on the map. Understood. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I'd like to see one that, similar to what Commissioner Kennedy just said, except, so essentially start at Sierra Nevada, Sierra Madre and Arcadia, including the mountains north, but go east and all the way, including Upland, San Antonio Heights, and Rancho Cucamonga, but stop the mountains above Upland and Rancho Cucamonga just south of Lyle Creek, Lytle Creek. So kind of in there, wherever those census blocks are, kind of, yes, correct, and kind of in that, like going, and then, yep, come up and then cut, exactly. Something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Jamie, just a point of clarification, wondering how fast your fingers are. When commissioners are asking for CVAP data, are you providing CVAP data based on what currently is, or are you adjusting for what they're asking to remove?
Oh, yeah, it's just for what's currently in the visualization. Yeah.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any additional comments or requests for visualizations in this area? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Just for clarification, can I go on to another map? Or is it just with what we've been talking about around the foothills?
I think Jamie's going to introduce the maps first before we.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the San Gabriel Valley.
Yeah, I
The
think
one-
let's let Jamie introduce those first, and then we can move into that conversation.
So we've seen all of the visualizations that have been prepared and can discuss any area.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay. All right, then I'd like to go to PDF page 52, which is the AD East SGV _ 1004. Yeah, so it's mainly the areas that are east of the 605. And I'd like to see what it would look like, a visualization that would include La Puente, Industry, and Avocado Heights. And I would also say if you need to reduce some of the population, perhaps remove South San Jose Hills. I know we did get COI input asking that South San Jose Hills be attached or be placed together with Walnut and Diamond Bar and Roland Heights. So that I would just leave up to you.
Okay, so sort of splitting West Covina here to include South San Jose Hills with this area?
Is South San Jose, is that its own city? I think that's why, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see it now. It looks a little misleading on the PDF that I got. Let's just leave them in there then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments? I think, Jamie, it sounds like we've gone through all of the visualizations at this point. Additional comments from commissioners? Any additional visualizations you'd like to see, or any areas you might want to discuss at this point?
Yeah, Chair, can I also speak, then the other maps that I'd like to just.
Sorry
also-
about that. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. The next one would be on PDF page 54.
I don't have the PDF open in front of me. Do you?
Oh, it's the
see
central,
name of
it's the Central San Gabriel Valley _ 10004.
Got
Or
it.
1004.
Thank you.
Okay, on this one, I would like to remove Sierra Madre, Monrovia, Bradbury, Duarte, Irwindale, and Baldwin Park. And I'd like to add Alhambra, San Marino, South Pasadena, Montebello, and East LA.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then one additional one, it's the AD West SGV, I think. Yeah, I don't think I spoke much about this one. On this particular one, again, just to get, for the sake of perhaps getting it closer to the assembly district numbers, I would like to see perhaps adding Montebello, and then South El Monte, and then El Monte west of the 605. And if you have to remove to make the assembly district numbers work, then I would say start with removing El Monte west of the 605 first, and then move to removing South El Monte. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo.
Yes, on the map on page 52, the eastern San Gabriel Valley 210, I seem to remember that the African American community wanted to be kept together in this area. I remember a significant community of interest testimony. I'm just wondering if we could look at the black CVAP for this area.
The black CVAP for this visualization is 4.15%. Citizen voting age population.
Thank you. Just a quick question for the line drawers. Were you able to keep communities together? That the areas that are African American.
Yeah, so this visualization is based off of entire cities, and we definitely drew them looking at communities of interest testimony that had been submitted.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just back to Commissioner Kutagawa's request in relation to the AD West SGV visualization. I am suggesting that we update the population numbers for California redistricting document that was a handout for today's meeting, with one that includes the full safe harbor ranges, because that AD SGV West visualization already falls within the margins on that. And so I'm thinking that if we can provide an updated population document that includes the full ranges, that might help us see things faster that are potential districts. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback, Commissioner Kennedy. We'll try to update that document for everybody. Additional commentary? If not, I believe we have finished LA
Sarah?
County. Yeah.
A lot of people have been disconnected, so that's why there's a little bit of chaos over here. So we're just trying to get everyone back online.
Got it. Do we want to thank you for letting me know. I wasn't aware of that. Do we need to take a short break?
I'm seeing nods of yeses.
Yes. Okay. Christian, do you have a sense of how long you need? You want to take a quick 5 minute, or do you need 10 minutes?
Yeah, give us 5 minutes, Chair.
You bet. Okay, so we'll come back at 6:07. Great, thank you. And thank you to those watching out there for bearing with us through some technical difficulties. We are back. We have completed our review of all of the visualizations. Very exciting. I think, Marcy, if your staff could read back some of the directions that have been given for the next step. Is Director Kaplan and team available?
Hi, Kimberly on our team is on, and she should be able. She's been taking amazing notes. So,
awesome.
Kimberly, if you can unmute and start your video if you want to go over the notes. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm just going to start from the beginning. And if I miss anything, just please call me out. Starting the first half of the day, Commissioner Sinai said she wanted a visualization of Asian citizen voting age populations, CVAPs, of different ethnic enclaves like Koreatown, Japantown, Chinatown, and Thai Town. Also take into consideration communities of interest input that may not fit the CVAP definition. Commissioner Kutagawa for AD Central DTLA wants Little Tokyo, Chinatown, and Koreatown included in this visualization. Commissioner Sinai mentioned for the visualization of the South Bay, like San Pedro, Wilmington, Harbor City, and Lomita, the Harbor Gateway, these all need to be together, include Encinitas. Commissioner Sedwani stated, go ahead.
I don't think it included Encinitas. Encinitas is all the way down in San Diego, so let me figure out what that was.
Yeah, I don't know how this got here. Okay.
I was like listening. I'm like, wait, that sounds wrong. But I'll get that back to you.
Okay. Commissioner Sedwani for Antelope, Santa Clarita, Kern Edwards base visualization. She requested to extend down along the north side of the 210 freeway, possibly into La Cañada, Altadena, and Pasadena. You added the Angeles Crest Highway runs through mountain range used by many people in Antelope Valley who work at JPL. It's common sense to connect them, but also respect LA County boundaries to see what this looks like. This includes taking into consideration places like Sunland, La Cañada, and Crescentia Valley. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Antelope, Santa Clarita, Kern Edwards base visualization asked to go up further north and incorporate China Lake. Commissioner Vasquez for Antelope, Santa Clarita, Kern Edwards base visualization requested not to include areas down the hill of Antelope Valley. Commissioner Anderson for the Antelope Valley, Angeles Mountains requested breakdown of dividing the section up where there appears to be no population. Starting the second block of the meeting, Commissioner Kutagawa for the Antelope Valley north of SFV visualization asked to include Angeles Mountains, Pasadena, Altadena, La Cañada, foothill communities, and the foothill communities surrounding JPL, and Sedwani agreed. Commissioner Sinai for the San Fernando Valley Bell Canyon visualization requested that you split east to west, 405 to the 5 freeway, split north to south, but was unsure where the boundaries were. Commissioner Anderson added north-south boundaries included Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, Sylmar going up to Santa Clarita, Chatsworth, Hidden Hills, Bell Canyon. Oh, and added that Bell Canyon needs to be with the east because you can't get to Bell Canyon from the west. Commissioner Anderson for San Fernando Valley Bell Canyon visualization asked, or she said she saw 3 assembly districts. She wants to see it broken up into 3 assembly districts. For the San Fernando Valley visualization, Pasadena said it looks to be an assembly district. Commissioner Kutagawa for the San Fernando Valley visualization asked to remove Sylmar, remove San Fernando Valley, remove the foothill trails, remove Sunland to Hunga, and NoHo West, which is West Hollywood, remove Van Nuys. She's wondering if doing this would bring it down to a congressional district number. Commissioner Kutagawa added for West Hills, Bell Canyon, Hidden Hills, Santa Susana. I don't know if it would bring up to at least an assembly district. I was also thinking from a congressional district point of view to also expand it to include Camarillo. Somas that I saw on the map, Somas and the Santa Rosa Valley, in addition to Bell Canyon, West Hills, Hidden Hills, Santa Susana, and West Hills. She added to not split Camarillo, but that would be the dividing line. And then going further westward would be Port Hueneme and Oxnard. El Rio and Ventura would be separate. For the Malibu with coastal LA visualization, I have Malibu is best to be removed. I believe it's from Akutagawa. For the north of LAX visualization, Akutagawa said El Segundo, Westwood Neighborhood Council, right next to Santa Monica, where Squiggly Line is. She thinks that's the Palisades to add these places and possibly include Inglewood. Commissioner Vasquez for the north of LAX map or visualization requested 2 maps, one removing Inglewood. Commissioner Anderson for the north of LAX visualization said include El Segundo, Palisades, and Westwood area, add area up north on the beach. Commissioner Sanai for the north of LAX visualization said do not include Westwood. She was on the fence about Culver City, said add El Segundo, Pacific Palisades, and Bel Air to this visualization. Commissioner Kutagawa for the north of LAX visualization asked for one visualization to have palms included and for one palms not to be included. A general statement is asking the line drawers to rely on COI input and best judgment for some of the assembly districts. Commissioner Vasquez for the north of LAX visualization said to use the 405 as a west boundary, cutting Culver City and going further south into Bel Air. Commissioner Kutagawa for the LA South Bay visualization asked for a different versions, one to keep El Segundo, add Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Gardena to get an assembly district. The second visualization she requested is to add Harbor Gateway and West Carson. See if you need to add all of Carson. Add Rancho Dominguez. If you've added all of Carson, she's asking if we could get a congressional. If you're finding that you're over population in terms of congressional district numbers, another option would be to remove Lomita from that second visualization request. Commissioner Sanai for the Malibu with coastal LA visualization said to take Malibu out, add Lomita, Culver City, and Mar Vista. Multiple commissioners requested a visualization request for the Harbor Gateway area. Commissioner Sanai for the Long Beach Signal Hill visualization asked to add Catalina, Rossmore, and Los Alamitos. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Long Beach Signal Hill visualization said to add Catalina, Rossmore, Los Alamitos, and Lakewood. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Long Beach Signal Hill visualization said to add Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita for congressional. Carson, add that. So for the first visualization for Long Beach Signal Hill is to add Wilmington, San Pedro, and Lomita for congressional. Carson, Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita, Harbor Gateway, Harbor City, West Carson, 110 Corridor, Port of LA, and the cities that surround it. Commissioner Anderson for the Long Beach Signal Hill visualization was thinking of it as a Senate district and wanted Carson, Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita, Harbor Gateway, Harbor City, West Carson, 110 Corridor, and the Port of LA cities that surround it. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Northeast LA visualization asked to remove Eagle Rock, remove Glassell Park, remove Highland Park, remove Silver Lake, but may include Thai Town. Commissioner Turner for the Northeast LA visualization asked to remove Eagle Rock, remove Glassell Park, add West Adams, and add the South Central area. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Northeast LA visualization asked to remove Eagle Rock, remove Glassell Park, add West Adams and South Central area, and add Silver Lake. Commissioner Vasquez for Northeast LA visualization asked to remove Eagle Rock, remove Glassell Park, remove Silver Lake, and go south per Commissioner Turner's suggestion. A new visualization request from Commissioner Sadwani was one that included Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Eagle Rock, and South Pasadena. Commissioner Sadwani for the Northeast LA visualization asked to take Koreatown out. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Northeast LA visualization said to take out Silver Lake, take out Glassell Park, take out Eagle Rock, take out East LA, include Koreatown and Olympic Park, adding that La Brea is the dividing line. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Southgate area visualization said for assembly, include Commerce, Linwood, and Paramount. Commissioner Kennedy for the Southgate area said add Commerce and East LA. Commissioner Sinai asked for a new visualization request from Inglewood to Watts to Compton and Hawthorne. Commissioner Kutagawa said add Empowerment Congress. I believe this is a new request, by the way. Adding Empowerment Congress, Northwest, Central, South Central, Zapata King, View Park, Windsor Hills, and Ladera Heights. Commissioner Kutagawa, another new visualization request is Florence Graham Neighborhood Council, Watts, Linwood, Willowbrook, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez, Harbor Gateway, Gardena, Hawthorne, Lenox, and Inglewood, along with Empowerment Congress Southeast area and that larger area. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Gateway visualization asked to remove Cerritos and Artesia and to add Paramount, Lakewood, and Pico Rivera for assembly. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Gateway visualization asked to include West and South Whittier, as well as the city of Whittier. Commissioner Kennedy for the Gateway visualization asked to add Paramount and Linwood. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Montebello, Pico Rivera, Linwood visualization asked to add East LA, Commerce, Rose Hills, West and South Whittier, Santa Fe Springs, and possibly Downey and Norwalk. Commissioner Kennedy asked for a new visualization request, and this would be Walnut, Diamond Bar, Chino Hills, Industry, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, and La Habra Heights. Commissioner Kutagawa for the neighborhood name wasn't showing up, but it was West Covina, Hacienda Heights, that area. I didn't see the correct name on the screen. But she was asking to remove Baldwin Park, West Covina, adding Hacienda Heights and La Habra Heights, and if necessary, adding Whittier. Another visualization request for this area from Commissioner Kutagawa was to keep as is, remove Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, and the South San Jose Hills, and add El Monte, North El Monte, Irwindale, Vincent, and Covina. Commissioner Vasquez for this visualization asked to keep as is, but add Hacienda Heights. Commissioner Kennedy for this visualization asked to include South El Monte, but take out Roland Heights, West Covina, Valinda, Baldwin Park, El Monte, and Irwindale. Commissioner Sadwani for the Diamond, Walnut, Covina, and multiple cities visualization said to add Whittier, La Habra Heights, and Chino Hills. Commissioner Sinai for the Inland Empire, LA, San Bernardino counties visualization asked to include unincorporated areas. Commissioner Kennedy for the Inland Empire, LA, San Bernardino counties visualization asked to add Chino, Rancho Cucamonga, San Antonio Heights, and include unincorporated areas. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Inland Empire, LA, San Bernardino counties visualization said the same as Kennedy's, do the same as Commissioner Kennedy's suggestion, but to take out Chino. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Inland Empire, LA, San Bernardino counties visualization said to do as is, but add San Dimas and Laverne. Commissioner Kennedy for the San Gabriel Valley, Angeles Mountains visualization said to take out Pasadena, take out Altadena, take out San Pasqual, and take out the national forest immediately adjacent to Altadena, but include the mountains adjacent to Sierra Madre, Monrovia, etc. Commissioner Kutagawa for the San Gabriel Valley, Angeles Mountains visualization said to add La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Crescentia, and the Angeles Mountains that extend into that area, go into Glendale above the 210 into Sunland Tahunga area. Commissioner Sinai for the San Gabriel Valley, Angeles Mountains visualization said to include Altadena, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and Burbank. Commissioner Anderson asked for a new visualization request that asked to start at Sierra Madre and Arcadia, include mountains north, but go east all the way until, including Upland, San Antonio Heights, and Rancho Cucamonga. Stop at the mountains above Upland and Rancho Cucamonga, just south of Little Creek. Commissioner Kutagawa for the AD East San Gabriel Valley visualization asked to add La Puente, Industry, Avocado Heights. Commissioner Kutagawa for the Central San Gabriel Valley visualization asked to remove Sierra Madre, Monrovia, Bradbury, Irwindale, and Baldwin Park, and asked to add Alhambra, San Marino, South Pasadena, and Montebello, and East LA. Commissioner Kutagawa for AD West San Gabriel Valley asked to add Montebello, South El Monte, and El Monte west of the 605. If you have to remove to make the assembly district numbers work, she suggested starting with removing El Monte west of the 605 first, and then move to removing South El Monte. Those are the notes I have.
Great, Kimberly. Thank you so much. That was no small undertaking, so I really appreciate thorough. I know Commissioner Vasquez has had her hand up. If any commissioners heard anything that was not reflective of your original comments, also please do let us know. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for that wonderful summary. I just wanted to flag for the group as a whole, because this came up during one of the mapping sessions, that there is a neighborhood council just south of downtown Los Angeles called South Central. That's its formal name. And there is an area now named South LA in Los Angeles that used to be South Central. And so many of the public comments have referred to South Central and keeping South Central whole. And I just really wanted to impress upon the mappers and the commissioners when we're reviewing community of interest input to be very mindful of that distinction, because they are two pretty different geographies of Los Angeles and different communities. So, and there may not be that distinction within the community of interest, within every community of interest input. So just wanted to flag that for the future.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez. A really important distinction to make as we move forward and try to untangle LA. Any other response to the notes? With that, we have come to an end of our discussion of Los Angeles visualizations. Tomorrow, we're going to be back at it looking at, let's see, the coastal areas and the Bay Area in the morning, beginning at 11 a.m. We're going to, we spent a lot of time on LA. We specifically started in Los Angeles and allocated the entire day. It's a huge area. And we also knew we were new to this. And so we, of course, opened with a lot of process questions and discussion about how we were going to move forward. My hope and sense is that as we move forward, we'll have a better idea of where this process is going, and that we'll move a little bit quicker, but still certainly give adequate time to all of those areas. So our agenda for tomorrow will be the coastal California in the morning, 2 90-minute blocks with a 15-minute break in between, followed by lunch in the afternoon, and into the evening, we'll take a look at inland Northern California and the Central Coast. Again, 2 90-minute blocks, and I'll do my best to keep us on track in terms of that time allocation. On Wednesday, we'll be back at it at 9:30 a.m., in which we will take a closer look at Southern California, Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, and the Inland Empire. Again, I've also allocated the same amount, 2 90-minute blocks there, but certainly if we need to go into that time period after lunch, there's a little bit of flexibility there to complete any unfinished work before we move into taking public comment. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment on the suggestion made earlier about the population table for our target populations for districts, and the idea of adding a range based on safe harbor percentages. In the mapping playbook draft, there was actually a range included in the Assembly and Senate districts, and the area council actually suggested that we take that out. The reason being, they said it's better to think of the target really as 0%. And the range, while established by, case law and such, has become a safe harbor. That shouldn't be construed as like guardrails, and you can just say anywhere within that range without really having to think very much about it. Rather, the range is more to use when you have good reason to use it in a specific case. So I don't know if there's more to say about that. Looks like Mr. Woocher and Mr. Becker may still be with us. I don't know if either of them might have a thought on that, but I don't know, maybe it's better not to have just a set of numbers out there and to make it appear that it's anything in that range is just okay. At the same time, of course, it's useful to be able to think about the numbers when you need to. So I'm not quite sure.
I mean, the issue was whether or not to make to have a range that was acceptable, and we advised against that. But to know what the numbers are, I don't see a problem with that. If you just want to translate what 1% or 2% is in terms of numbers of people, so people have some sense of that in their mind, that's fine.
Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I agree. I just if you wanted to just put the safe harbor plus or minus 5% out there, I think that'd be fine. That doesn't mean it's a target. That doesn't mean anything other than the fact that that's mathematically what's plus or minus 5% of these of the districts. That's a fact. That's certainly not a privileged fact. I mean, it's math is. I know you were told there'd be no math. You probably weren't told that. I'm pretty sure, because there's plenty of math. But yeah, I think it'd be perfectly fine for each of the ideal districts list what, with the exception of Congress, of course, what plus and minus 5% would be. Congress, that would be not a relevant fact.
Very good. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So we will work to add those ranges to that document then, with the reminder that that's a very broad range. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just, as you mentioned earlier, this is new to us and we're just trying to, work our way through this. So with these visualizations, and then we provided direction on new visualizations, which we'll see next week. So I'm trying to understand and grasp the process. So the visualizations we saw today, will those go away and we have a new set? And there was also at the beginning when Jamie walked us through, I think it was 5 or 6 that were developed in conjunction with the VRA team. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what the process is. Do we start whittling it down, and then when the actual live line drawing process will begin for us? I'm just trying to see where we're headed, and you probably already said it maybe last week, and maybe I wasn't paying as close attention as I should have been paying, but thank you.
Not paying attention, Commissioner Fernandez. No. I wonder if Karen or Jamie might want to jump in here and provide a little insight in terms of process and what we can expect from the visualizations for next week, given the feedback that you've received.
Yes, hello, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to weigh in. So the idea is to take all of your input and take the continued, and all your direction, I should say, and take the continued direction or input from VRA Council also, and try to stitch things together into a more full overall visualization for the area that Jamie has presented today. So hopefully you will see something that, somewhat fits together. And then you can start working based on that. So things are not just going to be floating in space, but rather be a little bit better connected along the lines of what you saw this morning when Jamie started to present the first few visualizations, if that makes sense at all.
Commissioner Fernandez, do you want to ask a follow-up?
So just to make sure I, understood it. So the visualizations that we saw today for LA County, those will be we'll have new ones next week, right? So it's not like we continue to carry on like this, a Legos building blocks, and we'll have like 300 visualizations at some point. Okay, wonderful. I was starting to get just a little bit overwhelmed with trying to keep track of everything. Okay, and then we'll also, what about the ones that you showed in the beginning? Those were just examples, I'm guessing, the ones that you built that were in conjunction with the VRA team that actually were the size of what an assembly district could look like. So are we doing away with those as well? Are we going to be able to keep them, maybe go back to them? So I'm just...
Yeah, so Jamie's going to be building the entire area, basically. So you will probably see some things that will be very reminiscent of what you saw this morning, because those already did fit together, but you also gave additional direction. So all of that direction will be factored into it. And, there may also be additional analysis forthcoming from VRA Council. So we'll try to fold that all in and, give you the best visualizations that we can develop by next week.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Karen, and great question, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the purpose of adding the ranges to the population document is to help us get to starting points, not ending points. My recollection from reports from the 2010 Commission was that they started with somewhat broader bands that they were working with and progressively narrowed it down. So this is intended to be a statement of mathematics rather than a statement of intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Building on that, we heard two things. Well, we've heard when asked about creating a range, Fred said plus or minus 1 or 2, and then David said plus or minus 5. Last week, when we were talking about the playbook, I said, should we discuss what the plus or minus should be? And we were told not to discuss it because the goal is to get to 0. So now I'm wondering, should we discuss, do we want 1, 2, or 5? Or maybe there's a reason why legal counsel had 2 different answers.
Wondering if Mr. Becker or Mr. Wucher have any thoughts on this, or if you want to come back to us.
So I'm not aware that we've ever had 2 different answers. I think I continue to refer to the plus or minus 5% as a safe harbor. If you exceed plus or minus 5%, you've got a prima facie case of not following equal population requirements. If you're within plus or minus 5% on the legislative districts, there's a presumption that you have followed equal population requirements. Now, there could still be plans have been invalidated that were within plus or minus 5% for other reasons, whether it's Voting Rights Act concerns or otherwise. But for the equal population requirement, plus or minus 5% has been a safe harbor. I think that's all I'd want to say in open session about this in terms of giving you legal advice. If we want to discuss this in closed session, beyond that, I'm happy to do so. I don't know, Fred, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying 1 or 2 so you could see what the numbers are. You can multiply it by 5 and figure out what the number is. But we're specifically avoiding telling you in advance that there's any particular range that you should be shooting for, other than trying to shoot for, nearly equal as possible, and then work from there.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I just wanted to try this on. The way I saw the directive or the discussion as was being had is that when Commissioner Kennedy spoke about us working on a statement of math as opposed to a statement of intent, the mapping playbook is an actual roadmap of what we intend to do. So it makes sense that we don't want to talk ranges in the mapping playbook, but for purposes statement of math, just trying to figure out districts here to have numbers that can kind of lead or direct us until we can narrow it down seems to be something totally different. And that's kind of where I saw the discussion. So not necessarily conflicting, that just is a matter of how we're going to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with Commissioner Turner. That's exactly the idea. And the one thing don't forget, remember these ranges, safe harbor ranges, those are for the Assembly and the Senate. Well, probably BOE, but not the congressional. Congressional, it really is 1 or 2 people. So that's a completely different ball game. And we can put together on the document, we can have, what the ranges are for, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5%, just for, and I think it helps. I mean, I have the numbers written down, plus and minus 5% for me, myself, right here. I think it's very helpful because you can immediately kind of go too big, not too big, close, just for elimination purposes. So we can put that on the document for tomorrow.
Commissioner Sinai? And I think, Commissioner Sinai, just to FYI, we are up against a break in 3 minutes. We're also potentially very close to the end of our meeting.
Oh, yeah. We are taking public.
Just to clarify, I wasn't saying that I understood exactly the difference between the playbook, putting it in the playbook and why we were advised that way. My comment was just that Mr. Wucher had said 1 or 2, and Mr. Becker had said 5. And I still feel that we should have some, I hear what Commissioner Anderson's saying, that we can have all the numbers, 1, plus or minus 1, plus or minus 2, plus. I I don't know how helpful that would be. Maybe I'm missing the point of having all, all those different ranges instead of having just one range. But I will go along with the flow and learn as we go.
That sounds great. Commissioner Turner, did you have, nope, good, great. So with that, I wanted to close out for today. A couple of reminders. We do have visualizations up for tomorrow's meeting. So for the public, please feel free to contact us. Director Kaplan is here and has some new possible avenues in which you can contact the commission. Marcy, do you want to walk us through that real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight to everyone in the public that we are just piloting a community feedback form based on some feedback from the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee. So right now on the meetings page, we also list ways to provide input to the commission on visualizations. And so it's a 2-question form where the public can label, note which visualization they're providing feedback on and include the feedback. They can send an email to Voters First or call in on the October 6th in the afternoon. So we're trying to make it really clear for the public with these series of meetings how they can provide input to the commission. And this form will also just will allow we thought it might be an easier way for the commission to also be able to review and the public to review the input that's coming in. So we're going to try it out and see how it goes this week.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Marcy. That's really helpful. For commissioners, we have our homework cut out for us for tonight and tomorrow morning to continue to review visualizations as posted and public comment, review of COIs from the past as well, where that might be helpful to jog our memories. And with that, we are going to stand in recess. We are still on agenda item number 2. We will continue in agenda item number 2 tomorrow, as well as on Wednesday, before we advance on to the public comment section. So with that, we're in recess till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.